Good morning, Candido. Great to see you. Good morning, Susie. Good morning to Emma. Great to have you here. And Emma, I'm going to be opening the package that you sent to Susie and myself. Also, good morning to Teresa and Tim as well. And we'll be starting pretty quick. Yep. Thanks. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. And I just need to pause the music. There we go. Pause the music real quick. What else do I have? Oh, I wanted to show you a cute little clip I did too. Uh, Tim and Teresa have become dear friends. And as most of you know, Susie and I had a chance to meet them in Thorpe, Wisconsin, at a local iconic restaurant called the Torpedo. And a couple of folks in the family, apparently, when they were going to college, they used to pop through Thorpe and eat at the Torpedo. So as we become better and better friends with Teresa and Tim, I have a lot more fun putting together fun little clips about Tim because Tim has such a wonderfully animated face. He just does. And some of you heard him do that special Christmas song for Cow Country at the last live stream. But I put together another fun one. Tim and Teresa have already seen it. I don't believe anyone else has seen it, so this will be fun. I'll show it to you real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can get her going. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Hold on a second. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a shield. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. So if you didn't know it, Tim in Thorpe, Wisconsin is somehow connected to the Grinch. I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't know what his connection is, but Tim really does have a really, really nice voice. If you heard him do that song in the last live stream, he actually could probably do this song better than the guy that did it. But that's what I had to work with. So, so as you probably figure out from the opening shot, as I position this machine prominently, we're going to be looking at a machine that we don't see very often. As a matter of fact, when I did a brief search of the Cow Country YouTube channel, the last time I presented a Singer 128 was about 11 years ago. About 11 years ago, I presented a Singer 128 at the original workshop, which was back in Appleton, Wisconsin, a tiny little nook of space that I had down in a basement area. And then eventually, as you know, I moved over to Oconto, and now I'm temporarily in the Twin Cities area, being hosted by Susie in a temporary workshop. But the 128 is one of those machines that kind of falls off of the radar. And even when you try to research the history of this machine, you don't get a lot of nuggets. You don't get a lot of information on this particular machine. Let me real quick check a message. I heard a notification come in from Susie. So let me see what's going on. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, wow. I mentioned it at a previous live stream to the leadership team that YouTube had offered additional options. Apparently, the 200-second timeout was not enough of a discouragement to would-be disruptors of some YouTube channels, and so YouTube opened up the options to moderators so that now they can do a number of things with regard to timeout. And Susie just sent me a screenshot, and I'll show it real quick just so that the moderating team, if you haven't checked it out yet, you can go ahead and do that. I think that's showing up fairly clear, maybe. So now up to 24 hours, and most of our family members are here to learn. They're here to have fun. They're here to make friendships, etc. But occasionally we have had some people that have stepped into our midst that have been disruptors. Some people just downright nasty, and then some of you might remember on a couple of occasions we had a robot type program that tried to disrupt our live stream by posting pornography type links in the live chat. And so this just gives the moderating team more tools to protect the family. That's really the way that I see a moderator is a moderator is kind of a gatekeeper and also a friend. They're going to be a friend to the family. They're going to take care of the family, but they're also going to be a gatekeeper against people disrupting our process of learning together. So now the moderating team on Cow Country has additional tools, and Susie can explain if any moderators aren't comfortable or tech savvy, blah blah blah. She can along well, and people that join us want to actually participate, not disrupt. Okay, so let's see here. What else do I have? Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so a little bit on this model that we're going to be checking out today, and I'm also going to do a little prelude, wrapping up some things on Susie's Singer 222K, and show you a couple things I discovered after that live stream that may prove to be helpful if anyone decides they want to apply the motor treatment, motor optimization techniques I showed in the last live stream, and then they get to the very tail end of putting that motor back together. And as with me, they run into a little snag in being able to bring that case of the motor back together properly. And so I'm going to be covering that as well, but a little bit on the 128 first. Now, the 128, if you can't tell it by the camera shot, is a 3/4 version Singer machine. So it's going to be comparable in size to a Spartan. It's going to be comparable in size to a 99K, to a 185K, a 185J out of Canada. They're all going to be 3/4 size machines. So they're going to be about 3 to 4 inches shorter than a full scale machine. Now, this machine was really built off of the coattails of another Singer sewing machine that is full size. Does anyone know what full size machine the 128 was modeled after? If anyone knows the answer to that, type it in the live chat, and then the rest of the group can learn from that as well, because I think it's important. Now, sometimes it goes. If you think about the Singer 15 and you think about the Singer 201-2, I refer to the 1591 as the little brother to the 201-2, or I refer to the 201-2 as the big brother to the 1591. And we all know that the 1591 came on the scene much earlier than the full size version, the 201-2. So sometimes Singer would flip it. They would introduce a great 3/4 size machine, and then they would scale it up. Sometimes they would introduce a full scale machine, and then they would scale it back down. So it was kind of hard to follow Singer's logic sometimes, but they always had a plan and idea on why they did what they did. So I'm going to look at the live chat real quick, say some good mornings, and also see if anyone nailed the predecessor that is almost a mirror image of this, but it's a full scale machine instead of a 3/4 like the 128. All right, let me take a look at the chat real quick and see who we've got. So Susie has redeemed herself. Susie's redeemed herself, and she was the first in the classroom today. And so, congratulations on getting the belt of victory back, at least until the next live stream or video premiere that we do, which may not be until the new year. And I meant to mention that that this may well be our last live stream in 2023, unless I maybe do a brief premiere showing the Christmas lights back in Oconto, or some other Christmas lights that Emma let me know about that are near here in the Twin Cities area. I think it was out in Eagan, Minnesota, or something like that, where they've got a huge Christmas light display out there. And if Susie and I make a trip out there and shoot some video, I might present that as a premiere yet this year. Otherwise, this is our last planned live stream in 2023. So we won't be seeing each other after this live stream until potentially next year in the new year. Also, good morning to my dear friend Candido and his beautiful wife Rachel. And most of you know that Candido and Rachel have in recent weeks as Rachel had a medical procedure and was going through rehab and recovery and was in the intensive care unit for a couple of days as well. And this is just the very, very fragile thread of life, isn't it? The fragile thread of life where everything can be going smooth as silk, everything can be going hunky dory, and then all of a sudden we get a curveball with something relating to health or finances or anything else that can impact us. And it's great to have a family, your family in New York, but also your extended family at Cow Country, kind of rally around these two dear friends of the family and dear. I just love these two people, Rachel and Candido. They're dear friends out in New York. And I know a number of people have offered words of encouragement to Candido as he helps Rachel to get back to full strength. So just keep them in thought, keep them in prayers. And we should all hope in the new year that we continue to be blessed with good health and our circumstances. Once in a while, we're going to have bumps in the road, but with good family and friends surrounding us, we can always get through it, right? All right, let me say some other good mornings and then we'll get rolling with this. Also, good morning to Emma as well, a very, very dear friend out in the great state of Florida, and also mailed a very special package to the P.O. box that I secured here in the Twin Cities area. And we're going to be unboxing what Emma sent in just a little bit. We'll do that probably about midway through the live stream. Also, good morning to Teresa and Tim out in Thorpe, Wisconsin. They're becoming a household name in the Cow Country family. They hardly need an introduction. And wonderful, beautiful people that seem to be drawn to the Cow Country family. We've been blessed with people from around the world that have been a part of us, going all the way back to Hans from Norway and Olga from Paris, France. And the list goes on and on and on and on of people that we've been privileged to become close friends with. And the odd thing is, these are people that we haven't ever met face to face, and yet a friendship can be forged. And it's just that magical side of the Cow Country family, I think. All right, who else do we have? Who else do we have? I see a field of blue. I see a field of blue. It looks like all of our live chatters right now are part of the leadership team. Awesome. Awesome. If we get a would-be disruptor, they're going to be pounced on in mighty force with all the leadership team present here. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's a field of blue. And also it looks like looks like we also have glass goblin as well. Great to have you here also visiting with us. And I hope you feel welcome and that you're here as often as you can be. That would be brilliant. All right, who else do we have? I think that's about it. Like I said, we have a field of blue today with the leadership team present. And then we have our friend there that has joined us as well, Glass Govco. So at any rate, let me wrap things up with this 222K, and then we're going to jump over to this 128. And I get requests. I was telling Susie, I get requests all the time from people about, hey, could you do this? Could you do that? Could you put this on? Could you do that? And I oftentimes don't partake into some of those requests. But because I'm very fond of Tim, I decided to put a Santa hat on, at least briefly, but this thing is way too small. This thing is way too small for my head. Susie and I picked these up at the Dollar Tree, but I'm telling you, I can't even get it. I can't even get it over my head. I've got a big old melon head apparently, and the hat is like the hat has to be let out or something. It's way too tight. But Tim had said something to Susie, I believe, or in the live chat about, hey, can Scott put on a Santa hat for the rest of the live streams before the new year? So, Tim, I put it on, but I can't even fit it over my big head. So I'm going to have to set it to the side. Maybe in the end, I'll put it on the machine and we'll wrap up the live stream with a Santa hat on top of the 128. But apparently these are made for children, and I'm having no success in getting this thing on my big old gourd. So I'll set it to the side for right now. All right. So the question asked before, and we're still looking at this 128 right now. The question asked before is what full scale machine was this 3/4 size 128 modeled after? The answer is it was modeled after the Singer 127. The Singer 127 is a near mirror image of this 3/4 size 128. And it came on the scene much, much earlier. And there also is a Singer 28. It gets to be a little bit confusing because there's a Singer 127, there's a Singer 27, there's a Singer 128, there's a Singer 28, and you start to lose track of which one was what, which one, where? And so it gets to be just a little bit confusing. There's another machine that mimics this 128 very closely, and it's the Singer 28 as well. So if you ever want to see kind of a mirror image of the Singer 128 that belongs to a dear friend of mine that I refer to as Princess Diana, and I'm sure a lot of people that caught their attention in the title of this live stream when they saw, wait, does this machine or did this machine belong to Princess Diana of the UK? Nope, it belongs to Princess Diana of the Eau Claire, Wisconsin area. The Eau Claire, Wisconsin area. So another question is, when was the Model 28 128 introduced? If anyone knows that, go ahead and type that in the live chat. When these 3/4 size flavor machines, the 28 128, came on the scene, what year was that? And if you know that, go ahead and add that into the live chat. Otherwise, I'll share that in just a few seconds. I should also tell you that this one had a lot of wiring challenges. It also had a knee control setup. And you can see a knee control setup. These are, you can find these in a couple of different Singer machines. You can find it in a 99K13, which is basically a Singer 99, but it's got a knee control setup. It's got an opening on the front, which you can't see yet. It's got an opening on the front right here. And this sticks out a little bit. And then there's a special knee bar that you have to slide into the slot. And this one requires a tubular style one. There's a couple different Singer knee bar controllers. So if you decide to purchase a knee control bar for one of your Singer machines, just make sure that you get the right one. There's a couple that have a hook, and there's a couple that have a tube with a hook on the inside. And so you'll have to kind of look at it. If yours looks similar to this, then you're going to need that one that's a tube extension on the end. And yeah, they work well. A lot of people prefer the knee controls. But as I was looking at rewiring and setting up this machine for Princess Diana, I looked at it and I looked at the replacement cost because she did not have a knee bar for this machine. And the average cost right now for a knee bar, if you can get one, and some of them are new aftermarket, some of them are original ones, but the average cost is about $150, about $150 that I would have had to have added to this project cost for Diana, and I just felt it wasn't worth the investment to do that. But I'm going to preserve this and give this back to her if she ever wants it set up with a knee bar and wants to make that investment for the knee bar itself of 150 bucks. It's very easy to reinstall this and to go ahead and get it set up. I've also set some of these up as well so that they can do both. I just have to drill an extra hole over here, and then I have the cord coming out for the foot controller, and then leave the original opening for the knee bar to operate the machine. But that is possible, and I've done that on a number of occasions for customers that say, sometimes I feel like operating it with a knee control, sometimes I want to use a foot control, and so they have the choice then to go back and forth as they see fit. So the introduction of this machine, according to records online that I could find, is right around 1912. So the Singer 128 and 28 mirror image version came out in the very early 1900s, and they were so popular they were produced until the 1960s, right around 1963. So they were on the scene incredibly long. A longer track record even than the Singer Class 66 that we've looked at recently on this channel. Now, this machine could be set up because it has the large spoked wheel on the side. It could be set up as a hand crank machine, but instead it was equipped in the early 1920s with a rear mounted motor. Does anyone want to guess the size of the motor that's on this 128? The size of the motor that's on this 128. And I will let you look at the nomenclature plate on the knee control mechanism, and that may give you some more guessing power as far as what size motor this 128 has on it. Hopefully, yeah, you can see that okay. It's nice and clear right now. And again, when you slide that knee bar onto here, you basically are going to rotate this, and then it engages this mechanism right here that allows you to regulate speed. Kind of a neat little gadget, isn't it? And I'll tell you one thing, you want to be real careful if you're disassembling one of these. This spring right here has an incredible amount of tension on it. And if you decide to take this mechanism apart, be real careful because that spring has enough pressure and tension on it, it could actually hurt you. You've heard about some cars as you're doing struts and replacing other components on the suspension and the steering mechanisms on cars. Some of those springs that are on cars can literally take your head off. So whenever you're taking something apart, always kind of be extra cautious because it's surprising how something as simple as a little spring could bring harm to you, but it certainly can. So be careful if you decide to tear one of these apart. All right. I'm going to look at the live chat, see if there's any guesses on motor size. And I see some other guesses in there as well. Yeah. Singer 28 is a hand crank. Absolutely right, Emma. Absolutely right. I see a number of guesses in there about various things. Al Koss, aka Alex out in California, is guessing that the motor is probably a 0.5 amp, which would be similar in size to, say, a 1591 or a 201-2. And a lot of the Singer machines were equipped as a standard rear-mounted motor with 0.54 amp motors as well. 0.54 amp was a very popular amperage rating for many rear-mounted motors for Singer machines. But this one, surprisingly, And Alex is spot on in making the guess that he did. I'm always talking about the controller being the gateway for the electricity, and it should always be rated higher than the motor. Well, in this instance, Singer decided that they were going to rate the two exactly the same. So, yes, the motor on the back of this 128 is actually a zero point 0.6 amp motor. So, this is zero point 0.6, the motor is zero point 0.6. There's really no amperage tolerance to allow that motor to be regulated smoothly. And that's part of the reason that through part of this live stream today, instead of operating every so off with the motor, I'm going to be hand turning it, or in this case, turning it with my finger. I think it was a big mistake setting the 128 up with a knee controller that had the same amperage tolerance as the motor. What it does is it causes almost like a backup and then a sudden burst of energy to the motor. So the motor on the 128 and similar models that have this style of BU motor, uh, it doesn't give you a lot of control over the motor. It's kind of like a crazy stallion that just busts out of the gate. And if you're doing straight seam sewing and you've got a lot of room to work with and you're watching out for your fingers, it's a great motor to have on the machine. But it also is a little bit hard to harness that power, especially when you've got a foot controller that has the amperage tolerance that it does equal to the motor, because it doesn't give you any reservoir here to release that energy with a little bit more control. It just spits it out suddenly. So, all of you that are watching right now and watch later, whenever possible, set your machines, whether it's a 128 or any other machine, set up your machines with a foot controller that's going to have a significantly higher tolerance, at least 0.3 of an amp or more. That's going to give you that gateway to be able to, basically leak that energy into the motor instead of flooding the motor with the energy. So what I did as an attempt, since I was replacing this knee control mechanism anyway, is I did replace it with a traditional Bakelite foot controller. Now, does anyone remember what a Bakelite foot controller that's used on a wide variety of different Singer machines? What's the amperage tolerance on this type of foot control mechanism? Is it identical to this? Or does it have a little bit bigger gateway to feed that energy to the motor with a little bit more evenness? So if anyone knows the amperage rating on this one compared to this, go ahead and type it in the live chat. And it's not going to help dramatically because it's a modest increase, but it'll help a little bit. And it looks like a couple, Alex had typed 0.5. I think that was the 0.5 was the size of the motor in relation to the knee controller. And then Emma typed 0.6 and then 0.7. And then Candido just typed 0.7 as well. So yeah, the standard Bakelite foot controller that we see on a lot of Singer sewing machines is going to be rated at 0.7 amps. So it's only going to be 1/10 of an amp higher than this, but it will help a little bit. It's just one of those things. We can only go so high if we're going to stay purists, if we're going to stay purist as far as using original vintage equipment. It's just one of those things. Unless we could get a hold of one of the original foot controllers, say for a Singer 101-4, and then that particular style of foot controller, it's going to be almost like a speed control press down, is going to be rated higher than a standard Bakelite foot controller. So we work with what we work with, and then we adapt, right? We adapt as we go. All right, so let me shift away from this 128 for a moment, and let's take a look at this 222K that we were wrapping up the last live stream with, and I'll show you a couple things I discovered after the live stream as I was troubleshooting the difficulty in getting the plastic housing case back together. Okay, I've got the 128 plug back in. Let me go over here by this 222K, and I'll show you a couple things I discovered after the live stream that we just did. Let's see if I can get this in position here. So this is the motor that I was working on in the last live stream. And we got about to the very end of that live stream, right to the very end of the live stream. And I was trying to get these case halves back together. And I was battling the real thin insulation paper that Singer put underneath this metal band. And it was partly to wick heat away, but it also was because the band has a little bit of wiggle jiggle to it. And they wanted to have that buffer underneath there so that this would be held securely. It wouldn't be pivoting or shifting in any way. And I finally just resolved at the end of the live stream to say, hey, we'll circle back to this. We're not going to get any further right now. And so then after the live stream, I took the motor back apart again, and I really started to look at this material that Singer decided to put underneath this metal plate band here. And as I took it apart and I looked at it very carefully, I noticed that on the end that I was trying to press the cases together on had a crinkled portion on the bottom. It would have been like this, and I couldn't see it. And this crinkled paper on the edge was preventing the two case halves from going together. And then as I re-examined the motor on the inside again, I don't know if you can see that in the shot, hopefully. Yeah, the paper kind of, as it was being pressed together, it created a little accordion wrinkle, and there's such a tight tolerance on the case that the case halves would not slide past this. And there's no way to really straighten this out. So what I did is I just cut a small strip of that insulation paper off, and I removed this damaged portion, and then the case went together straight away, real easily. What I also discovered as I was going over the motor again, since I had it apart, that another thing that was making it a little bit more difficult for the two halves to go together is that one of the spacer rings, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Maybe I can do it like this. One of the little spacer rings on the output pulley end, as careful as we were, and if you remember in the live stream, I showed that you don't rub these, you pat them very gently. But apparently one of them, either I didn't notice it, but it was actually trying to get this to separate. Let's do it with a Q-tip. One of these, if you're able to see it in the shot, had cracked. And as I was trying to slide those two halves together, and the commutator stack with the output pulley has to go through that narrow little opening to exit the housing of the motor through that little shaft that we cleaned that's made out of copper. This was also creating a binding effect as well. So we had two obstacles at the last of the live stream. There you can really see it. That's not supposed to be broken like that. And when it's broken like that, it allows it to flex as you're sliding that shaft in and out, taking the motor apart and putting it back together. So between this and this, it was a good thing that I kind of gave up on things because I had to go in there and discover this for myself. And it goes back to what I always say. Sometimes a teacher, always a student. I can't tell you how many motors on featherweights I've taken apart and put back together over the years, hundreds, maybe thousands. And I've never encountered this crinkle issue with the paper before. It stays pretty flat. It's got a waxiness to it. It's got a waxy coating to it, so it stays pretty flat. But in this instance, it wasn't flat, and that created some challenges in us putting that motor back together. So if you encounter the same thing as you're servicing your featherweight, the 222K, look for these two things. Check that paper to see if you developed a crinkle on the edge, and then also check your spacer rings on the output pulley and also on the other end by the commutator to see if those are causing some issues with sliding those very tight components back together again. But the good news is, I figured it out in about 5 minutes or less after the live stream. I almost decided I was going to start another live stream right away and go, hey, guess what? But I didn't. I thought I would make you wait and kind of wonder. Oh, and I also, this was in kind of this is the rubber boot for extra insulation that was on this 222K motor. While I had the motor torn apart, I decided to also replace that because this one was just kind of, it was creating a little bit of a snag as I was taking that wire in and out because it was becoming more brittle. So what I replaced it with is some good old-fashioned shrink wrap. And if you've never used shrink wrap before, I'll show you where you can get it, and I'll show you how you can buy it. And it's wonderful stuff, especially when you're dealing with the wire points that have a lot more flex. They tend to be, as you're like rotating your foot controller and that has a lot more pressure on it, and you're flexing that joint on the wire constantly. This gives a lot more strength and support to that flex point on here so that it protects the wiring on the inside. But this is a 42 piece set of heat shrink type tubing that you can buy at Harbor Freight. You can pick this up at your local Harbor Freight. They have it in most stores. And the scale of heat shrink type tubing that you can buy in this box is really kind of crazy. Probably more than I'll ever use or need. But you can see the scale of this shrink type tubing from the tiniest over here all the way to something like this, where you could, what would you use that for? On a sewing machine, seriously. Maybe on a servo motor that was wired for 220 or something like that. But otherwise, it gives you a nice assortment. And I believe I only paid about $5 or $6 for this container. And it gives you from 1/8 of an inch all the way to 3/4 of an inch as far as shrink tubing. But this is a great thing to add anywhere there's going to be kind of a flex point. Say for right here on the foot controller. I may do this before I give this back to Princess Diana. Add some of the shrink tubing along here so that it gives a little bit more support to this wiring. But this is brand new wiring, so I'm not overly concerned about it. But you certainly could add a shrink tube to this, and then you can do one of two things. You can either heat it with a hair dryer, which takes forever, or you can heat it with a torch, but you have to be careful. You can actually hit it with a little torch, and it'll cause it to shrink up much more quickly to protect a flex point like this, or the flex point on the opposite end that connects to the machine. So, consider picking some of this up as you decide to do some do-it-yourself projects on your sewing machines to reinforce those any of those pivot joints where the wire is being bent constantly back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's going to add that extra layer of protection. It's also going to add extra insulation on the inside where the wires actually connect on the ceramic housing. If you put some of that shrink tubing over that end to create a buffer and protect that regular insulation wiring from the heat that the foot controller generates. So you can use it on the inside, you can use it on the outside. It's great stuff. And like I said, at Harbor Freight, at least, it's pretty doggone cheap to pick up an assortment box like this. And then you have a lot of choices available. A lot of choices. And I think I just heard a notification from Emma. So let me check real quick to see about Emma's message. My phone is so slow today. It's ridiculously slow. Oh, a note from Emma saying that she's got to leave for an appointment. And would I be willing to forego the rest of the 222K for a moment and open up the gift that she sent? Absolutely. What I'll do real quick before we do that is I'll do a quick bypass just to show you the results of this motor being optimized. And again, if you want to check out the previous live stream and see what we did to this motor, that would be fabulous. But the motor didn't have a lot of gumption and a lot of get up and go before the last live stream. And now she certainly does. I'll actually bring the microphone a little bit closer as well. See if I can do that. All right, here we go. I'm trying to unplug it with one hand. I don't know if the microphone is picking that up. Hopefully it does. I know that this microphone has a noise canceling feature to it as well. But this little 0.4 amp motor, now that we optimized it and just got it to a peak performance level, it is just a beast of a motor now. So it'll be a lot of fun for Susie to put this back into commission and see what she's able to sew with this little featherweight. She was doing some heavier sewing on her other featherweight yesterday, and she said that after I got done servicing that 221 featherweight that she has as well, she was sewing through some thicker quilting materials and stuff, and she said it just ripped through it. So yeah, optimizing motors is really critical. And again, the lady that does kind of a traveling show of how to service featherweights apparently does not cover the servicing of the motor and maybe some other things as well in her presentation. So, all right, let's get Emma's package out. I'm going to change the angle of the camera and see if we can get a downward shot here if possible. And then I'm also going to invite Susie to come down to the workshop as well, so that she can be here at the unboxing as well. And because there's apparently something in here that Emma sent specifically for Susie. So, and this is the temporary address right here. I've got Emma's address covered, but if you want to mail something to the workshop, where is it? If you want to mail something to the workshop, that is the correct address right there. That is the current address for the workshop for receiving sewing machines and general correspondence, etc., etc. So, all right, let's get opening on this. And I think Susie's heading down to the workshop, and we'll see what Emma sent from Florida. Let's see what's in here. And Emma is a serious packer as well. So I'm expecting to see some fabulous packing in here. Some thick foam on top. Let's see. Some more foam. Hey, come on over. Come on over. All right. There is a variety of things in here. I don't know where to start. I'll tell you what, I'll have Susie open hers first. And this one is labeled specifically to Susie. So I'm going to have her sit in my seat, and then she can dig into this box here. Yes, it really is Susie. See, there she is. All right, I'll get a little bit closer. It may be taped shut. Emma may have thrown tape on there. Yep. A little bit of tape. Just don't cut yourself with it like I did that one time. It's a pretty little bag.
It's fun. Ooh.
Something from Guggenheim.
Yes.
Something from Guggenheim. Let's see what it is. Maybe it's that new rotary thing that Emma was talking about. I don't know what it is. Is it a cutter or something? What is it, like a cutter or something?
They're the 45 millimeter rotary blades for the cutter.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Wow. Thank you, Emma. Wow.
This is the one that Emma was talking about, that Guggenheim, and most of you that have been with us for a while know the Guggenheim scissors. I've given a number of sets of them away. This is one of their newest products that you can put in a rotary cutter, and I think it's a diamond type blade on it or something. Let's see here. 45 millimeter rotary blades. It doesn't tell what kind of blade it is, but I believe Emma said it's a diamond type blade or something it's super sharp. So don't give it to your grandkids to play with or your children. Wow. So
thank you, Emma.
Yeah, it's a beautiful gift.
Let me move out of the way.
Susie's going to take her goodies away, and I'm going to keep opening the stuff that Emma has here. She's got a number of things in this box. And Susie is such a diligent soul. She's heading right back upstairs to resume her moderating duties. Okay, now I've got something in silver wrapping here. I don't know what it is. Let's see what this is. Oh, beautiful. Look at this. Isn't that awesome? I love it. That is entirely cow country. Absolutely spectacular. All of my stuff right now that was in the old workshop, and many of you would love looking at it as a backdrop, it's all in storage right now. And even as Susie and I went out yesterday to get some Santa hats, we looked in the Dollar Tree to see if there was anything that I could put on the workbench. And there just really wasn't anything that I really liked. But this is going to go on this temporary workbench. And then once I relocate down to Kentucky, this will go on the permanent workbench with all the other goodies of the neighborhood that you've seen for years on that workbench. So thank you, Emma. Thank you. I'll put this out right now. Matter of fact, we'll put it over by our 128. We'll put it over by our 128 and have it on display during the live stream today. Very, very cool. Let's see. Got something else in here. Like I said, Emma's a serious packer. She's a very good student and a teacher, and has even shared over the years, she shared some improvements that I incorporate now into different packing systems that she came up with using pool noodles. Here's Santa. or Kris Kringle, or Father Christmas. Got a really cool lantern, and he's got a bag on the back of him over there. With all kinds of goodies and toys and teddy bears and everything else. Very, very cool. I'll put Santa over by the cows. And I'll show you the outside of the card that Emma wrote to me. And I'll tell you what it says on the inside. It says, have a very blessed Christmas, Emma. And then I'll show you the beautiful card as well. Cards are really an artistic wonder, aren't they? They really are an artistic wonder when it comes to the spectacular beauty that they build into these cards. And then this has that glitter on it as well, which gives it even more of a beautiful look, doesn't it? Absolutely spectacular. Thank you very much, Emma. I'll put that on the backdrop over here, right on the back of the workbench. And I think there's something else in this big box with some more padding. These are two separate boxes or one box. Let's see. See at the bottom of here too, all the extra padding that Emma put in there to keep the stuff safe. Emma could teach a class on packing. She really could. She is quite a packer. Quite a packer. All right, let's see what's in these two boxes. At least I think it's two boxes. Okay, so box number open here, and it doesn't say which one to open first, so I guess I can choose. I can choose which one to open first. Let's see here. So we'll open this one, and then we'll open this one next. Oh, wow. I can already see this is really cool. And it looks like it's a wizard. It looks like it's a wizard inside of here. You can't see it yet. You got to wait. You got to wait. He's adorable, isn't he? And he's looking inside of his book right now because he just did a live stream on a Singer 222K. And at the very end of the live stream, he could not, with all of his wizardry and all of his magical powers, he could not get that silly motor to close. So he's looking in his book and he's saying, it should tell me on page 8 what I'm doing wrong. What am I doing wrong? Like I said, sometimes a teacher, always a student, right? Sometimes a teacher, always a student. See if I can get this little guy out. He's really, really packed in there well. So now I've got more goodies to put on the workbench. Look at this guy. Isn't he awesome? And if someone wants to name, I know that Emma's the one that started calling me the Wizard of Ocanto. And now I'm continuing to be called by people all around the world the Wizard of Vintage Sewing Machines. But what should we name our little wizard right here? if anyone has a name for the wizard and also for his, what is this, a dragon? A wizard and his little dragon. If anyone has any names, go ahead and type it in. Type it in the live chat so we can come up with a name for this super cool guy. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize the dinosaur dragon thing or whatever this is actually holding the book open for the wizard. See, I don't have anybody to hold the book open for me here. I got to do it on my own. Susie would probably do it, but she's busy doing other things. So, but he sure is cool, isn't he? He sure is cool. Very, very cool. Whoa! I am going to optimize your machine. Oh. I love it. I'm going to put him right there. Put the wizard right there. I'm suspecting that Emma was getting tired of seeing the barren land of the temporary workshop tables. She was thinking, I'm going to give the wizard of the Twin Cities right now, I'm going to give the wizard of the Twin Cities something to put on that empty space and fill it up a little bit, which I appreciate. I really miss all my little friends. I miss all my friends that are in storage right now. And I know many of you miss them too. Dr. Singer and Herr Obermeister and all the others. Yepper. Oh, wow. This little, oh, wow. Very cool. I'll have to show this to you. Isn't that cool? Very, very cool. Thank you, Emma. Just making sure I'm not dropping anything. That little sewing machine kind of just popped out. It was so excited to get out of the box, it almost like jumped out at me like, ah! Ha ha! All right, I'm going to see if I can get this next one out. Oh, this is interesting. Emma used some sort of a, it's almost like that stuff you spray in the wall. You spray it in the wall to expand and to insulate and block out the drafts and stuff. The little wizard is kind of riding on this foam stuff. It's kind of cool. I hope his bottom isn't stuck to it. We may have to free the wizard. We may have to free the wizard. Come on out, little guy. Come on out. Come on out. Oh, he's really stuck in there. We may have to call the Twin Cities Fire Department here any second now. Jaws of life. The jaws of life to get this guy out. There he is. Yeah, I don't know what Emma sprayed, but that's kind of cool, isn't it? Kind of gave him a cushy little ride. Interesting. And here's our other little wizard. And I didn't mention, I didn't look at the bottom of the other one, but this one is made in England. So any of our cow country family that is over in the UK, we've got hundreds of people that follow us over in the UK, including Alex Askaroff and his lovely wife, Yana. This came from their neck of the woods over in the UK. And the thing I really like about this wizard, this one, not that I don't like the other one too, he's very cool, especially with the little dinosaur dragon guy, is this one shows the playfulness, doesn't it? This one shows the playfulness, you know. Whoa! Woo! Yeah. And I think the one thing, the comment I get all the time from people that join the family is one of the things that attracted them to joining the family and becoming part of Cow Country is the fun that we have. They see it. They see it and they're observing it from the shadows. And then all of a sudden they jump out and they go, okay, I've learned a lot of stuff, but along with learning stuff from the wizard, I've also learned that sewing and working with vintage sewing machines can be a lot of fun. It's the fun factor, isn't it? The fun factor, and then also an environment of learning. So I think Emma nailed it. Emma nailed it here with capturing two of the most important things about Cow Country, and that is it's a place where we have fun while we're learning, and we learn from each other. In that sense, we're all a little bit of a wizard, aren't we? Because we all bring our own experiences. We bring our own bag of tricks, our own toolbox of experiences we've had. And if we're willing to listen to each other, it makes even more fun as we're learning. Yeah. As we're learning, we can have more fun. Yeah. Ha ha. Very cool, Emma. Total class. Total class. I love it. I've got to find a safe place for these little guys as we jump into the 128. Maybe I'll put them like right behind it as guardians of the machine. I'll put this wizard over there, and I'll put the fun wizard right over here, and we'll put the cows and the lady that has the milk container right there. Yep. And we'll put Santa. Maybe we could put Santa while we're doing some of the sew-offs. We'll put Santa like right behind here so we're watching him too. Yeah, right over there. Perfect. Well, thank you, Emma. I hope your appointment goes well. Everything goes smoothly. And and also the sewing machine, the little sewing machines as well. I'll set this over by Santa. Yeah. Very, very nice. Very thoughtful, very kind. Thank you, Emma. Very nice. All right. I'm going to put on a little bit of Christmas music since I just got a lot of Christmas gifts. And then we're going to wrap up this 222K, and then we're going to jump into Princess Diana's Singer 128. And I'll give you the serial number so you can look it up and get the specific birth date for Granny Lucille's machine is how this started. And then Granny Lucille passed away and gave this machine to Princess Diana. I'm going to get a lot of calls from the people over in the UK and text messages and emails saying, is that really Princess Diana's machine? And I'm going to say, yep, it is. All right, I'm looking for some music here. Hold on. Oh, good gravy. Well, and as we look at these different gifts that Emma sent, let me also give us a quotation that I think also brings the holidays and Christmas into perspective. Gifts are wonderful. Gifts are a blessing, and it's as great of a blessing to give as it is to receive. I think most of you would agree with that. It's just as much fun to give someone a gift and to see their excitement and their delight as it is to receive a gift back. But gifts, as far as material things, even cool things like Emma sent, are not the real reason for the season. They're not the real reason for those in the world that celebrate and rejoice over the Christmas holiday. It's about a little manger. It's about a little baby that came to earth. And so one of my favorite quotes is actually from the movie, the animated movie, The Grinch. And you saw Tim singing a Grinchy song at the beginning of the live stream. But my favorite quote is this. See if I can remember it. The Grinch stood puzzling and puzzling and puzzling. How could it be so? It came without ribbons. It came without tags. It came without packages, boxes, or bags. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't thought of before. Maybe Christmas perhaps doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas perhaps means a great deal more. One of my favorite quotes that puts the holiday, I think, into perspective, because a lot of the retailers, they love to get people excited about buying things and spending money. But Christmas is Christmas, even if you don't buy a bunch of stuff. And I'll just leave it at that. I think all of you get the gist of what I'm saying. All right, a little bit of Christmassy type music, and then we'll jump into wrapping up this 222K. All right, let me go ahead and pause the music, and let's go ahead and finish putting this 222K back together now, okay? We've got a motor that is happy, and now we've learned through the process that certain things can get in the way. If we decide to deep clean and optimize a motor, we've got to be watching for certain things as we bring that tight casing back together. So now that I've shown this to you, and I've shown this to you, and I've shown, where's the other thing? May have lost it, but I'll go ahead. Oh, there it is. Now that I've shown these three things that can create obstacles, now I'm going to throw them away because Susie's 222K motor is happy again. All right. Turn the music way down. Well, the first thing I'm going to do to the motor is I've got to get that pulley put back on, right? So that it can drive a belt. So let's go and get that pulley back on. All right, I'll stop the music again. And remember again, the pulley on the 222K is actually made out of plastic. It's made out of plastic, and then it has a metal pinch type screw that goes all the way through the output shaft. So as you're putting this back together, you've got to be real patient as you're putting metal up against plastic. Otherwise, you may damage the machine output pulley. So I'm going to go and slide this back on. We'll slowly get this into place. The other thing I have to do before I get this into position is I've got to put my belt on as well, don't I? Because once I put that pulley on and I put this pinch style screw in place, I'm not going to be able to fit that belt because it's going to be recessed in there, isn't it? So I've got to get this into place, get my belt on there, and then we'll put it into place and get that screw into position. There we go. And I think I explained in the other one, I sometimes use I use an awl like this so I can line those holes up more easily, at least in theory. Get that lined up a little bit more easily that way. Get that out of the way as well. And once you get it lined up using your awl or whatever method you want to use, you can then grab that little bolt, that little screw, just a tiny little guy, and we'll get that back into position and see if we can screw that back into place. Grab one of my smaller screwdrivers. And I'll go to a slightly larger screwdriver. And sometimes when you're putting these back in, they can be a little bit snug. A nice thing to do is using a syringe like this with some crystal clear sewing machine oil. You can put a little bit of a squirt on there to kind of loosen those threads up a little bit and get them to go into that metal casing just a little bit more easily. And I also pick it up sometimes. It makes it a little bit easier to kind of hold it like this too. Get those threads nice and slick. Now I'm going to grab the machine itself and we're going to thread this back in. Get our 22K over here. We're going to run our wires back in the side, kind of a little back opening. Get them back over here where we can reach them. I'm going to turn this a little bit. I'm trying to give it a camera angle that you're able to see more easily, but it also makes it a little bit more challenging for me to see it too. There's like a little drop down from the pillar. You have to kind of go underneath that little lip of the pillar to get these back into the proper position. There we go. Now, does anyone remember from the previous times that we've covered this? We're looking at the 3 plug-in points. We're going to be using a cord that already is wired with the power and also the foot controller, like this. So where do we connect these wires? We've got these 3 zones. We've got zone 1, 2, and 3. Zone 1 is yellow. Zone 3 is red. Zone 2 is in the middle. So we've got these wires that just came in from the motor. We've got these wires here that are coming off of the light assembly for the machine. The red and the yellow one are pretty easy, right? The red and the yellow one are pretty straightforward. We can connect those right away. And like I showed you in the other live stream, notice that there's a little brass washer, a little copper washer on the bottom there as a buffer against the plastic. So make sure you have those on yours if you're using that. We can put our yellow one on. That's pretty straightforward, I think. Get the yellow one on there. Get the red one on there. They actually color-coded them for us to make it more easy. Motor's kind of top heavy, isn't it? All right. So I'll push that red one down. All right, I'm going to look at the live chat. So where do we connect the motor wires? We've got these 2 motor wires. Does anyone remember? Anyone remember where we connect these 2 wires for the motor? Do we connect them to zones 1 and 3? We probably don't want to do that because then the motor will run continuously. Do we want to connect them to zones 1 and 2? This one and that one? Probably not, because that plug-in that we have with the foot controller connected already has the foot controller wired on zones 1 and 2. At least that's where they should be. So I think we're going to connect the motor to zones 2 and 3. And then we'll see if that works, huh? We'll see if that works. So I'll put the yellow one back in place, hold that from jumping off. We've got our 1 motor on there. Put that right in the middle. And we'll put our other motor 1 on zone 3, which is the red one right here. But I'm going to put this one on first. We have 1 more motor lead here that we have to put on the red one. Let's see if we can get that on there. When you screw these on, remember you're dealing with plastic here, and you're dealing with a plastic here that has kind of a copper insert inside of it, but they're still pretty fragile. So get them nice and snug, but don't make them so snug that you're going to crack this, which can happen. Just kind of check the position of the wires, make sure you don't have any excessive movement. And so what we've done now is we've connected the motor to zones 2 and 3. We've reconnected the light to zones 3 and 1. And when we plug this in with the pre-wired setup with the foot controller attached, that foot controller should be plugging into zones 1 and 2. And the reason that is, we have to complete the circuit. The hot circuits with the neutral are on zones 1 and 3. 1 and 3 is going to be our hot and neutral. So we have to introduce the foot controller and the motor so that between the two of them, they're covering the hot and neutral and also the mid zone as well. And that's why we split them up. If we were wiring this manually and we just had a wire that we were going to connect to the back of here, then we would go ahead and connect a wire to zones 1 and 2, and that would act as our foot controller. But it's already pre-wired. They make it easy peasy. So if we plug it in now, hopefully we get a little bit of motor spin up. But let's get the motor back into place first. At least get it to this point so it'll spin on the belt a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough. I'll just leave it like that. And another little clue, and Susie had mentioned this when she was working with her 221. You'll notice that if you look at the inside of these connection points right here, I don't have a lot of, I'm going to try to show this to you, but I've got a kind of a tight space here. If you look at these plug-in points right here that are part of this plastic housing, you'll notice that there's a little groove in the middle of each one of these. That little groove is there so that you can adjust how snug this is going to plug into the machine. How snug this is going to plug into the machine. Oh, and I just noticed something. Susie is missing one of the screws for her power plug-in right here. I didn't specifically notice that before, so we'll have to get another screw to replace that with. But if you plug this in and it's a little bit loose, then you can adjust how snug this is in there so that it's not wiggling around by just taking a screwdriver and very, very gently. Remember, these are made out of copper. Taking a screwdriver like this and very gently opening that up just a little bit by pushing the screwdriver down and giving it a gentle turn. It'll flare these out a little bit so that they're grabbing hold on the inside of here more firmly, and then you won't have a jiggly wiggly plug-in any longer, at least not hopefully. So we're going to plug that in. Plug our power source in and see if we can check the light. We'll check the light and we'll also just fire the motor up briefly and see that the motor is operating properly. So first of all, the light. There it is. Now we'll see if we can fire the motor up. Not sure if you can hear it, but it is roaring to life. It's like, yeah, let's get done. Let's get her. So we wired it properly. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the power now. We'll disconnect the cord right here. And I'll put this back on the table behind me. And then when you're putting this back in, there's going to be a single little bolt like this that you put in to hold this into the housing. Just kind of get it in there and jiggle it into place. And again, if you don't have the luxury of a foot controller pre-wired like this one, if you don't have the luxury of a pre-wired foot controller, that's okay. Because you know that in order to wire that foot controller into this, you would just go into zones 1 and 2 right here, 1 and 2, because we've got our motor over here on zones 2 and 3, and then we've got our power and neutral on zones 1 and 3. So now you've gotten a brief class on wiring a Singer featherweight. You can either do it the easy way, or you can do it with a pre-wired system with a foot controller already introduced, which is kind of nice too. And again, this is plastic, the housing, so, you know, snug the screw up, but don't make it crazy tight at the risk of cracking the housing on here. And now I'm not going to do it right now because we're a little bit limited on time. I'll anchor the motor into place. Kind of just push that wire in. Get this back into position over here. We'll get our bolt anchored back in to hold that motor stationary. And this is going to be a slightly longer bolt. And again, when you're tightening this bolt on here, I would encourage you to put some sort of a buffer in between the pillar and where you're operating the screwdriver. I usually use a little cosmetic pad just to kind of protect the paint on the side of the pillar. Get that turned a couple times so it's holding that motor. I'm doing that very, very carefully. Well, you know what? Hold on a second. Things are so much easier when I'm working in the workshop all by myself and I'm not on camera, but that takes away the fun, doesn't it? There, I think I've got it. Grab a slightly longer screwdriver now. Put our little cushion in between there. And we're not going to snug this up all the way because we're going to have to use this as an adjustment once we get this belt over the balance wheel, right? So I'll just snug that up a little bit. Get our balance wheel into place. So we got this over our pulley now. Go ahead and put our clutch back on. And again, when you put a clutch on, make sure that these little flare points are pointing out towards you. If you can see that or not. Make sure they're pointing out, not pointing in like that. You see the difference? There they're pointing the other way. We want them to point towards us. Put that back on. Hopefully it doesn't fall off, but sometimes they do. Put our stop action back on. And I've already serviced this machine, but you can always put an extra little drop of oil on the threads so that it threads back in more easily. Just a couple little drops of oil. And then we'll give that stop action a turn, and hopefully we guessed right. If you try to screw this in and you can't move the stop action, it seems to be jamming, then just flip this around 180 degrees. Sometimes you nail it, sometimes you don't. So go and turn that little set screw in. And it won't go in, which tells me that we've got to rotate that little clutch. It's a 50-50 chance, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Rotate that around. And then put that stop action back in again. Now our screw should go in because we're not hitting one of those little points on the clutch. We can rotate it forward for bobbin winding and then lock it for sewing. The only other thing we have to do is we're going to put a couple pieces back on the bottom and also on the free arm. And then we'll move over to the 128. So I'm going to kind of put this back like this. Tuck our wiring back in. That heat shrink is great, but it also makes it a little bit more rigid, which is what it's supposed to do. That you can't bend it back quite as easily. All right, we're going to work on getting this plate back into place now. I've got to elevate this a little bit so I can see that more easily. And our plate's going to go over the top of the wiring right there. We'll have to kind of push that into position. Be going like this to close off this little chamber down here. And I've got 2 bolts that have to go in as well. I think I'm going to rotate this back to do that. It's going to be a little bit easier to get to the bottom than it is right now. Just put that. There we go. That heat shrink is wonderful, but it can make it a little bit more of a challenge to put this cover back on because it kind of pushes against it a bit. Push back up. Okay, now we'll rotate it back like that. All right, put one of those bolts in there. And don't snug it up all the way because you might have to shift it a little bit to get the other screw in. So there we go. Once you get this other one threaded, you can kind of almost like tightening the lug nuts on a tire, go back and forth and get them equally snug. Now we're going to put our bottom cover plate on. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we'll have to put our free arm cover on first because it has to kind of slide into the groove. And then the other cover, this cover kind of holds it in place. So put this on first and then put this on second. And we've got this little nut style right here to put on there to tighten that down. And then we've also got this bolt right here that we've got to put in to hold the free arm portion on. And also I'm kind of cradling the screwdriver because we've got the free arm right here that's painted in, and we don't want to slip with that screwdriver and scratch it. So kind of cradling it a little bit with my thumb and my finger so that it doesn't get away from us. So we're good to go on the bottom now. Now we're going to put our feed dog throat plate cover back on. And while I'm doing that, which is pretty rudimentary, I'll go ahead and put on a little bit more Christmas music. Yeah, I think I've got one more song on here, maybe. And remember again, on the throat plate cover for the 222K, these two screws are going to be the same size. And then this one that's closest to the pillar is going to be the larger of the three screws. So just make sure that you put the larger one on this end and the two smaller ones on that end. Also, when we put this on, we've got to line up our little finger on the raceway. Got to get that right near the top so we can cradle that right in between here. It's always fun to get these empty, isn't it? The only one we have left is for the free arm extension. I'll just screw that in for right now. And I didn't specifically mention it, but when I put the bobbin back in the bobbin case, make sure that the thread is coming over the top when you put that bobbin in. Thereby, when you're operating it, if you imagine it's in the machine like this operating, it's going to be turning to the right, which means it's turning clockwise. We put the needle in, flat side is going to be facing the left. Now we're going to adjust the belt a little bit. Should be snug, but not too snug. So I'm just pushing this down slightly. Remember, we left this bolt loose. All right, there you go. All right, let me get Susie's 222 can out of the way, and let's finally now get over to the 128. All right. So now we're finally over to this 128. Let me give you the serial number so you can look it up and give a specific birth date for this machine. And again, this belongs to Princess Diana out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And it belonged to her Granny Lucille. Granny Lucille had this machine for a very, very long time. And you can see by the decal pretty much gone at center bed, this machine was well loved and used almost daily. So it really has, it has those, I always call them beauty marks. It's got those beauty marks where it wasn't a display machine. It was a machine that was put to work constantly. And I believe Granny Lucille also wrapped pins around here. So you can see there's some scarring on the front right about there as well, where the clear coat is gone. But you know what? The beauty marks on a machine that is well used and well loved, I don't think is a detractor. If you're into museum only quality machines and you want them on display, then send the machine in and I'll replace all the decals and make it look like it's ready for the Smithsonian. But if you have a working machine like this, like Granny Lucille and now Princess Diana, you don't care about little beauty marks because there's usually a story behind all the projects that were created on this machine that resulted in wearing that decal and clear coat away. It's really the story of the machine, isn't it? It's the tale of the machine and how it was used and how it was well loved. So the serial number on this machine is A like Apple, 494602. So AA 494602. And if someone wants to type that into the live chat, that would be great. And that way we've got it in there as a permanent record of the serial number as well. So again, it's AA 494602. AA 494602. Oh, I should probably share that to you too. This is the ejector right here, which we're not accustomed to seeing on a machine that has a vibrating shuttle. But this machine came from an era where they had added this feature to it, and it really is quite nice, isn't it? Otherwise, you have to have fingernails and rotate this in such a way that you can get your fingernail underneath the butt of the vibrating shuttle. But here you just push, and she pops up nicely. Threading a vibrating shuttle, not as complicated as most people think. Let me go ahead and take it out. We might have to wind another bobbin. I did a lot of sewing off camera on this 128. A lot of sewing off camera. So on this Singer 128, you're going to want to have the bobbin positioned in your hand so that the thread is coming from behind like this. The thread should be coming from behind. See if I can show you on the screen here. I don't know if there is a link for this manual on Ismax. I don't know if you'll be able to see that or not. I don't think you'll be able to see it. Let me take a picture of it, and then I'll show you how it shows it in the manual. So in the manual, it shows it like this. And then once you drop it into the vibrating shuttle, drop it in so you're near that track right there. Bring your thread along that track. Come all the way down to the bottom. Come all the way down to the bottom here. You'll hold your finger on top of the barbell bobbin, the long bobbin on top, so you can hold it in position. Draw the thread all the way down to this adjustment screw right here, and then back up, and it should get into that little track, hopefully. There's a little track that it goes into in the middle. And if we were to take this little pressure plate off right here, you would see that there's a little track right underneath this adjuster right here. So we drew it down this track all the way to the bottom, and then we drew it back up so that it's positioned underneath this tension band, okay? And one of the tricks they tell you is that if you pull it like this and the thread breaks, then it's too tight. So as I'm pulling it, it's releasing. So our tension should be okay on the vibrating shuttle. Move this over here. And when you're putting it back in, you just kind of drop it in, literally drop it in. You just have to get the butt and the point into space, and it just sets just like that. Then we're going to rotate our balance wheel like we normally do. Rotate it towards us. And you'll see the long shuttle will swing back and forward, and then we'll pull the thread up. Now, the thing on this machine, and some of you may have already gotten the date. It looks like you did. It was born on, I got to look at my notes, May 26, 1925. May 26, 1925. So Emma nailed it. Emma got it exactly right. And it was only one of 20,000. Back in the 1920s and 30s, the average production group size for Singer was around 100,000 machines, with the exception of the 222K like we just got done working on. The average production group size on the 22Ks was less than 10,000. But the fact that this machine that belonged to Granny Lucille and now Princess Diana only came from a production group size of 20,000 machines, that does raise the value of this machine, in my opinion. It makes it more valuable. It makes it more rare. And so that's a cool thing because it adds quite a great deal of value. Now I'm going to hold on to this thread in the back, kind of see me holding the thread. And then we're going to rotate the balance wheel towards us. You see that shuttle moving, that needle sweeping down. Grabbing that needle across the top of the barbell bobbin and long shuttle. And now we're going to draw that thread forward. Thread to the back now, and then we'll get our plate back into place. Now, the only thing about this particular vibrating shuttle machine from 1925 is the needle bar uses a double bop type process to time with the vibrating shuttle moving back and forth. In other words, if I were to operate the machine with this open, you would see that the needle bar kind of goes to its lowest point. It bops up partly, down, and then it goes back up again. Because of the timing of the way the machine works with the vibrating shuttle system, it's not as reliable when you're operating it at higher speeds because it requires just a little bit more time to catch that thread in the sewing process. It doesn't mean you can't operate it faster, but you're going to see that it affects the stitch quality. And that's why I'm going to buzz down through some of this Amazon Prime packing paper at full speed, and then you're going to see me do most of the other sew-offs by turning the balance wheel by hand, because that's the way I feel most comfortable laying down stitching with this type of machine. The machine motor, even though it's a 0.6, because of the way it's set up with originally that knee controller that's rated the same way, like I said, it doesn't allow you to regulate that speed as evenly. It's a little bit more of a burst factor. And I find that it's a little bit easier to work with if I hand turn it, or if I were to use a machine like this, I would put a hand crank on it instead of a motor. All right, there we go. So I'm going to try to launch this live stream by showing you the power and speed of this, and then I'm going to be operating it at a much slower pace for most of the other sew-offs. All right, let me see if I can fold this paper. I'm going to get it to probably about 6 thicknesses. 2, 4, why don't I do 8 thicknesses? 2, 4, 6, and 8. I didn't do a stellar job of folding, but I'll see if I can squeak through this. Okay. And also, I'll just give you a quick walk around the machine, kind of from the side like this. So some of you, if you saw that reel that I posted on Facebook, you saw me winding a bobbin on this machine. You basically come off the top from here to here, and then across the front of the machine, over to here through that little opening right there, and then through the goal post, as I call it, and then up over the long bobbin. The long bobbin seats between these two spaces right here, and this is spring loaded. So it holds that long bobbin, that barbell bobbin in place, and then this moves like a pendulum back and forth, as you saw in that Facebook reel, to distribute the thread evenly on the barbell bobbin, okay? This is our stitch length right here. When it's screwed all the way in, we're going to get the longest stitch, which on this Singer 128 is going to be around 7 to 8 stitches per inch. If we unscrew it by turning it counterclockwise, we can get down to about 25 stitches per inch, turning it to the left. Threading the machine, come off the top, through here, down through the discs with the presser foot lifted up, around through this take-up spring, which is a real delicate one. It's kind of extended out, so be real gentle with this take-up or this check spring. Then we go through the take-up arm from right to left, through our thread guide right there on the faceplate. We've got another thread guide right there just above the needle. And then finally, we're going to thread this needle from left to right. And again, the flat side, well, I shouldn't say again, because I don't think I said it. The flat side on this Singer 128 is going to go to the right. So the flat side will be towards the pillar, okay? And I already talked about setting up the shuttle with the thread coming from behind. Yeah, I think that's about it. So let's fire this up. Again, I'm just going to buzz down these 8 layers of this Amazon parchment paper to show you how the machine runs with that motor. And then I think you'll understand why I'm more fond of turning a machine like this, either by hand or turning it with a hand crank, which is how I'll be operating it primarily. Okay, enough of that. Let me see if I can buzz this down. I'll see if I can sew fairly straight. See if I have enough room in the back. I actually might move this because that paper is going to be quite long. Move that out of the way. I had to give myself a little bit more room back there. See that? A little bit more room. You can actually shut that LED light off, create a little bit less glare. All right, let's rotate that down. Okay, here we go. I actually won't even go pedal to the metal. I won't even go pedal to the metal. Gives you an idea of how this is. And with that double bop type system on the needle bar, where it's doing a little extra bounce at the bottom at the lowest point, also causes the machine to run over a little bit. So if you're getting near the edge of a seam or the end of your stitch line, stop early. Otherwise, you're going to over sew it by at least probably 4, maybe 6 stitches. Okay. So it's a little bit of a trickier machine to operate because of that overrun factor as well. All right. So let's give this a go. I think I got it plugged in. Maybe. Yep, I do. And this again is powered by a 0.6 amp BU7 model motor by Singer. All right, let me try to get my big foot on that little button. And here we go. See, I had my foot off and it kept going. It kept going and going and going like the Energizer Rabbit. All right, let me see if I can get this paper turned around. Free up our long shuttle, hopefully. Yeah, I sewed off a little bit. I sewed off course, I should say a little bit. Pull that back. That's going to be our top stitch. That's going to be our lock stitch. I wanted to do that long run just so you could hear the machine running. It's a smooth runner, but I don't know how Princess Diana is going to operate it, but I would operate it with caution. It's a fast runner, very fast runner. All right, let's take a look at these stitches. You'll be able to tell my top end, and you'll be able to see the displacement of the parchment paper on the bottom with the lock stitch. All right, let's take a look at these. Some really good looking stitches, I think. And I didn't really talk about our setup. We're set up with Coates & Clark dual duty XP thread. We're set up with a Schmetz 9014 universal needle. But again, this machine, because of the vibrating shuttle setup and because of the double bop design of the needle bar, I'll try to, when I do hand turning, I'll try to get real close so you can see what I mean by the double bop. And it really is a machine that you want to use primarily on cottons, polyester, that sort of thing. Sewing paper is probably not a great idea, but I think we pulled it off. So let's take a look at these stitches. And again, we're only doing 8 layers. I think on the last live stream, we pulled off 14 layers. 14 layers we pulled off on some of this Amazon Prime parchment packing paper. And you saw the rate of speed I was sewing. I was blasting through this stuff. I wasn't going slowly. And that's partly because of the setup of the machine. You really do. There's where I went off course. I'll lift this up so we can maybe see the edge of it. So I think some really good looking stitching, through 8 layers of Amazon Prime packing paper parchment. Yeah, good looking stitches. I'll go ahead and turn it over. We'll look at the lock stitch as soon as I get to the end. Finally. And again, you can see the thickness of what we sewed. Paper is a very difficult material to get through. It's got a lot of density to it. It's almost like sewing a heavy, hardened type of leather in many respects when you get to a certain layer. So to lay off stitches like this with this 1925 Singer 128, I think it's definitely brag worthy. Some really good looking stitching. There they are. Now, if we turn it over, look at the lock stitching. Let's see if I can turn this around like this. Go across and look at the lock stitching through these 8 layers of parchment packing paper by Amazon. I love the way it kind of disperses the paper with that needle punching through. Kind of gives that look of a bullet going through a target almost, doesn't it? Nice looking stitching. Nice looking stitching. The top stitching is much more attractive just because you don't have uh, that big fluff of paper going out between the stitch line. But I really sewed long. Look at that. I'm still going, still going. And if you never tried sewing paper before, give it a try. It's amazing the artistic beauty you can create by stitching paper. Paper really does, when you can get through it properly, does a brilliant job of creating a tapestry beauty of whatever you sew. But again, I'm loving the top stitch. And again, we're using a universal needle by Schmetz 9014. Great stitch quality, great stitch formation, spacing, everything about it is absolutely page 34. Absolutely page 34. And page 34 is my reference to a near perfect stitch. All right, so that's sewing 8 layers of Amazon Prime packing paper. I sewed a variety of other things off camera. I did some of this 100% polyester, Christmassy type stuff that you can put underneath the tree. Generated some lovely stitching on that as well. This material, because of the sheen, it's easier to see it from the side, for me at least. Yeah, lovely. We'll be restitching some of that again. I also went through some of this 100% polyester that's made to look like fleece as well, off camera. Generated some nice looking stitching on that as well. We'll be duplicating that sew off again, excuse me, during this live stream. This is really cool stuff. The way it feels like fleece. And I bought a big chunk of this at the Dollar Tree in the form of a scarf. So I bought a big chunk of this 100% polyester made to look like fleece for $1.25. You can't buy it anywhere else like for that price. And it really is a fun material to try to sew. Then I did 100% cotton like usual. I did 100% cotton with quilt batting as well. And I also did some veg tan leather on this machine as well that we'll be duplicating again during this live stream on this 128. Okay, so I'm going to real quick wet my whistle. My throat's a little bit dry today. The air is real dry in the Twin Cities right now. We've been getting a lot of super cold days, and it kind of pulls all the moisture out of the air. So having a little bit of an effect on my throat. So I'll put on some music real quick for you, and then we will continue with the live stream. All right, I'm going to pause that music real quick. So I'm going to show you the rest of the material that we have, and then you can let me know what order you'd like me to try to sew this in. And again, a number of these sew-offs I'm going to be doing by hand. I think it's cool because then you can really see the action of that needle bar and that needle. So I've got this veg tan leather. Oh, let me angle that down more. I've got this veg tan leather. I've got 100% cotton. I'm planning on doing 8 layers of that. I've got this really cool material I showed you in the last live stream. It's going to be 55% nylon, recycled nylon, and 45% polyester. Really kind of a funky type of material. It's used in upholstery applications. And you saw me sew some of this on the featherweight and I believe the 99K hand crank as well. By the way, a quick update. I did not update you all, and I apologize. The Singer 99K hand crank that I presented on behalf of Susie that was for sale was actually purchased. So if you are kind of sitting on your hands a little bit and saying, I really want to get a hand crank, I want to be able to operate off the grid, I really love what I saw that 99K do that belongs to Susie in Minnesota, you waited too long. The machine is gone. It's been sold, and just keep eye for other ones because Susie might decide to downsize further, or I might pull some additional machines out of the storage unit back in Wisconsin and restore them and then offer them for sale possibly. So just kind of keep an eye open. But the hand crank is gone. The hand crank is gone. And I think I had done that on that as well. Here's some of that 100% polyester made to look like fleece. We're going to sew that as well. I've got 100% cotton with quilt batting. This will be my final sew off for 1812 Overture. This is 100% polyester that you use like for tree skirts and other holiday Christmas type stuff. We've got heavy grade denim. We got some of this heavy grade denim that we'll be sewing as well. Probably 6 layers of that, I would guess. And then finally, I've got a larger piece of 100% cotton, 2 layers of that with the quilt batting in between. So if you have any preference on the order that I do these, by all means, type it in the live chat, speak up, let us know, and I'll go ahead and try to honor that request. Okay? Yeah. All right, let me put on some Christmas music. I'll get one more drink, and then we'll come back to this really cool 1925 Singer 128. And again, the 128 is a scaled down version of the model 127. The 127 is a full size. This 128 is a 3/4 size machine. And again, this originally belonged to Granny Lucille and now belongs to Princess Diana of the Eau Claire, Wisconsin area. Yeah. All right. I don't see anyone typing anything, so I might just choose some stuff. Looks like we had some other folks join as well. I'll see if I can say some quick hellos. Hello to James. Good to have James in the live chat. Let's see. Also, hello to Diana. That's a very unique spelling. Diana Mulligan. Diana Mulligan. Great to have Diana here. I don't know if I missed anybody else. I don't think I did. Just kind of scrolling down here. Scrolling. Oh, and if Candido is having to step away, Candido, blessings to you and Rachel, my friend. Blessings to you and Rachel, Candido, if you're having to step away. Candido, again, is one of the leadership team members out of the great state of New York. And his wife, Rachel, just went through some serious surgery and ICU and et cetera, and is home healing and mending right now and trying to get her strength back. Continue to keep Candido's lovely wife, Rachel, in thought and prayer, especially through the holidays, which tends to be a little bit more stressful for all of us and a little bit more busy. And I sense that Candido and his wife are go-getters. So he probably has to slow her down a little bit and say, no, you're not ready for that. Nope, not yet. So, all right. So let me do this. Oh, also hello to Antonio Ronaldo from Brazil, I believe. I believe Antonio is from the lovely country of Brazil. And also a hello again. I just saw Alex pop up. Everyone is extending well wishes to Candido and his beautiful family and his lovely wife, which is as it should be, right? All right. So let me do this. I'm going to put on a little bit more music while we're doing this sew off. No, I won't, because I want you to be able to hear it. Change that idea. All right. And keep an eye on that needle. Watch that needle. You'll see what I mean by the double bop. It kind of goes down and it comes up a little bit and then it goes back down again. All right, so 2 layers of cotton with quilt batting in between. 2 layers of cotton with quilt batting in between. And I'm going to be hand turning this. So you'll be able to see the action of that needle, hopefully very clearly. And you'll see what I mean by the double bop. The double bop. It sounds like a dance from the 40s or something, doesn't it? The double bop dance. All right, here we go. Mm-hmm. Watch that double bop. We're down. Watch it. See, bump up. Bump bump. So it doesn't just sweep down and come back up. It goes down, it comes up a little bit, and then it goes down again. Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, the double bop machine. That's kind of fun, isn't it? All right, let me give that a pull. And we'll take a look at these stitches. Again, this is 2 layers of 100% cotton with a thick layer of quilt batting in between. So we'll be able to see how the how this 1925 Singer 128 managed this sew off. All right, that's going to be our top stitch. I'm going to keep that in the correct direction so I don't get confused. Matter of fact, I will mark it. I'll just put a T right at the top. And we'll put an L on the back side. Okay, let's take a look at this stitching. 2 layers of cotton. 2 layers of cotton with quilt batting in between. Yeah, beautiful stitching. Very, very nice. So you can look at it like this as well. Very nice stitching. Very nice stitching. And this would be a real good machine for quilting if you're dealing with, primarily cotton type materials in that. I think it would do very well. Doesn't mean you can't sew other materials with it, but because of the setup of the machine with the vibrating shuttle and the needle bar double bop type system, it might run into some issues depending on what you're sewing and the number of layers. Lovely stitching. Let's turn over and look at the lock stitching. There's our lock stitching now. Very nice. We'll turn it like this as well so you can see it. This again is our lock stitch. Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice. Page 34. Page 34 for sure. So our lock stitching, you can show it to you that way. Top stitching, turn it right side up. Yeah, so 2 layers of cotton and quilt batting. A lovely, lovely job by this 1925 Singer 128. And this machine would have done a lot of cotton sewing back in the day. I'm sure Granny Lucille did quite a bit of cotton sewing on this 128. It loves cotton for sure. It loves cotton. Yeah, beautiful. Lock stitch again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's looking good. That's looking really, really good. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right. So I'm going to throw that to the back as well in our mounting pile. And if you joined us a little bit late, we raced through 8 layers of Amazon Prime parchment paper and buzzed down that. Camera's trying to focus, and there it is. And then we just did the 100% cotton with quilt batting, and we did a bunch of sew-offs off camera as well. Now I think we'll move into, I got to fold that in half, it's so long. Now I think we'll move into sewing some, let's see here. Maybe I'll do some of this 100% polyester made to look like fleece. We'll go through that next. And then we'll go through that nylon and polyester nightmare material used for upholstery applications. We'll do that next. And then we'll jump into some of those other sew-offs as well. Yeah. All right. Let's do this next one. And this one I will try using the motor. And hopefully I don't over sew it too much. All right. Got that down. So again, this is made to look like fleece, but it's actually 100% polyester. If you're interested in scooping up some of this material, you can go to the local Dollar Tree and look for the scarf area where they have the scarves kind of hanging up. Looks something like, see if I can find it. Looks something like this. And it's called an adult fleece scarf by Juncture or something like that. Adults fleece scarf, but it's actually 100% polyester. 100% polyester. And it's got all kinds of warnings on the back. Hand wash only. Do not bleach. Do not iron. Do not do not cross go. Do not collect $200. And line dry only. You can't run this through a dryer either, or it'll be a mess. So yeah, you can pick some up and play around with it. See what you can make. See what you can make. All right, so let me do this. Let me go ahead and go down this fleece, and I'll actually I said I'll drive down with the motor. I'll drive down with the motor this time. All right, here we go. And I'm going to count my fingers before I start because that motor just is a monster. All right, here we go. Oh, I didn't do so bad that time. I only oversewed maybe by like one stitch maybe. That's better. That's better. Yay. Okay, let me give that a clip. Oh, lovely stitching. Let me go ahead and clip these threads and we will go ahead and check these out. All right, that's our top stitching and then our lock stitching on the bottom. All right, let's take a look at the top stitching first, and then we will go over to the lock stitching after that. Let me see if I can bring the camera up just a little bit. I'm gonna have to pull this back, I think, so you can see the stitching. There it is. Folks, those are some really good looking stitches. And sewing this 100% polyester made to look like fleece, this is very, very tricky material. The universal needle, I think, is managing it very well. Managing it very, very well. It's kind of almost a woven material, isn't it? The way they make it to be made look like fleece. Yeah, those are some really good looking stitches. See if I can adjust it up a little bit more for more lighting. Very, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. We'll turn it around. Let's look at that lock stitch now. Trying to get the right angle here. It's a little tricky. There we go. Really, really good looking. Wow. Yeah, there could be some fun projects made with this fleece material for sure. Some fun projects. And a lot cheaper than fleece too, that's for sure. Very, very nice. So that's 100% polyester made to look like fleece. Now I think we'll do this real tricky stuff. This is a combination of nylon and polyester. It's a higher concentration of recycled nylon. I showed that to you in the other live stream. I showed you the actual label on the material. And we're going to be trying to go through 2 layers of this now. And I will be hand turning this because of that nylon factor. I know it's going to be a little bit trickier to try to maintain stitch quality with that nylon being so heavily concentrated in this material. And again, if you're joining us late, check out that needle movement with a vibrating shuttle system like this 128. It's got a double bop system where the needle comes down and it kind of bobs and then it comes back up. It goes down, it bobs, and then it comes back up. Make sure you watch that. It's pretty unique on this system, and it's kind of fun to watch it as well. There we go. I think that's a pretty good camera angle. All right, so let's crank off on this nylon and polyester blend. And again, if you're joining us a little bit late, this will be our last planned live stream this year. This will be our last planned live stream this year, 2023. I might present a premiere of some Christmas lights, but that'll be it. All right. So here we go again. Combination of, I think it's 55% recycled nylon and 45% polyester. All right, here we go. And I'm turning it with my finger. Gives you an idea of how easily this machine turns. The double bubble bop needle bar system, huh? I need some racing music so I can really crank this puppy off manually, huh? All right, there we go. Give that a pull. Yeah, lovely stitching. It looks like we might be a little bit heavier on the upper tension than we need to be for this particular material. But when you're dealing with nylon, it's always better to have a little bit of extra upper tension to define that lock stitch. It really is. All right, so let's give that a cut as well, and then we'll take a look at this stitching. And again, this material is used in upholstery applications. It's used in upholstery applications according to the manufacturing label. So we'll look at the top stitching, and then we'll look at the lock stitching next. And I'm seeing some really good looking top stitching. But again, if you notice that any of the stitches have just a real subtle, it's barely noticeable, but a very subtle tilt on some of the stitches, only a couple of them, that's an indication that there's not enough pull down by that vibrating shuttle to define that top stitch. Slight tilt up or tight tilt down on the stitch, you'll notice on some of them. That's a tension issue. The camera does not like that red. All right, let's look at it this way as well. Some beautiful stitching, real nice stitching on a tricky material. Heavy concentration of recycled nylon and polyester used for upholstery applications. And this 1925 Singer Model 128 did a brilliant job with it. Let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch. Yeah, very nice. Very nice stitching. And again, whenever you're sewing a material that has a heavy concentration, this has more than 50% recycled nylon. That is a tricky sew off for any sewing machine, but especially a near antique machine like this that has that special rhythm of the needle bar doing that double bop to accommodate the timing of the vibrating shuttle. And it did a brilliant job. So there's our lock stitching, top stitching, top stitching. Let me turn it over. Top stitching. Getting a little bit of a glare up there, aren't I? A bit of a glare. Top stitching. Holding my hand above it. Lock stitching. Yeah, real nice job. All right, let's go through some of these other materials. And then eventually we'll culminate with the 1812 Overture. Not quite Christmassy, but it's pretty close. I think we'll stitch this other 100% polyester as well. Looks like I have 4 layers of this. 4 layers of this Christmassy, glittery, hard to photograph stuff. 4 layers of this stuff for like a Christmas tree skirt, maybe a stocking or something like that. And we'll see if we can go through 4 layers of this, which I will also hand turn as well. I feel more comfortable hand turning this. I really cut that wide, didn't I? I didn't need quite that much material. All right. And you've heard the machine operating. It's whisper quiet. Even when it's running, it kind of roars a little bit, but it's pretty whisper quiet. So I think I'll put on a little bit of music so that any of you starting to doze off can stay awake. Stay awake. All right, let's crank this off. And I agree with Teresa. Teresa said it's mesmerizing to watch this machine operate. I feel the same way. Watching a machine. Has anyone done the math? I did not do the math, but this is 2023, and this machine is from 1925. What age are we talking about? How old is this machine? If someone would be willing to crunch the numbers, 2023. And then factor in 1925. What age are we looking at? Is it 100 years old almost? How old is this machine? All right, let's watch this double bop dance again. I wish I had some double bop music to put on, but I don't. So let's just crank her off and see what we think. I'm going to back her up just a little bit. There we go. All right, here we go. And yes, I'll try to get a little bit more speed this time, a little bit more speed, but not too much speed. Bop, 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 bop. I'm going to have a callus on my finger by the time I get done with this. All right, let's check this out. 100% polyester, kind of a Christmas type material. We went through 4 layers of it. No big challenge. But we'll see how this vibrating system managed stitch quality through a material like this. I'm going to definitely put a T on this because otherwise I'm going to lose track. That's our top stitch. And this is our lock stitch over here. I think my upper tension might be doing a little bit of bully work today. It might be pushing a little bit hard. I might end up rotating that back. The other thing I didn't show you, I'm going to put an L on here. Lock. I'll actually write the word lock because an L and a T look real close when you're looking underneath these bright lights at this. Yeah, really good looking. The other thing I didn't show you, and I'll show you real quick if I can. I'll see if I can angle the camera. Hopefully I don't disconnect this. This is our upper tension right there. It's our upper tension, obviously. Almost got it. Really close. Ha! It's harder than it looks. It really is. I feel like a dope here. There's our upper tension finally. Down at the bottom here, there's going to be a little adjustment screw. Can you see that? That little adjustment screw that I'm kind of putting my finger on right there can be loosened, and then you can rotate this so that it raises or lowers the check spring for adjusting for different thread types you're sewing with. If you adjust the screw and you push it to the right, it's going to make a larger range of motion on that check spring, which is going to define that lock stitch a little bit better through thicker, heavier materials or multiple layers. There you can kind of see it a little bit better. If you adjust it the other way, so you're pushing this plate and lowering this, then it's going to give you, reverse that. If you push this further to the left, what I meant to say, and it pushes that check spring up higher, it's going to lessen the range of motion, and that's going to be for the more delicate rayon type threads, or maybe some of the 100% cotton threads where they have a tendency to break operating in a vibrating system like this. So lower it for larger range of motion, thicker layers if you're working with 100% polyester thread. If you're working with a more delicate thread, then loosen it and push that plate to the left, and it's going to push that check spring up higher so it has less of a range of motion, and that's going to be for the more delicate threads like the rayon, silk thread, and maybe certain cotton threads as well. So hopefully that makes sense. My camera angle is really weird right now, but I think you get the idea. Yeah, there's that little plate right there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, another tip, another free tip on a Cow Country live stream. Yeah. All right, so let's look at the stitching now. After my brief little interlude of bravado. All right, top stitch first. Look at the top stitching. Hopefully we can see it on this shiny material. Sort of, kind of. It's really a good looking stitching. I hope the camera will eventually focus on our top stitching. Camera does not like this color green with the sheen, I don't think. There we go. Thank you, camera. Thank you. All right, real slow going across. Some beautiful, beautiful stitching on this 100% polyester holiday Christmas bright and shiny sheen type material. Maintains some beautiful stitch quality. Beautiful stitch quality. See if it'll focus that way. I don't know if it will. Maybe if I put my fingers in there. There you really get a picture of it. Some lovely, lovely stitching. And again, whenever you're dealing with 100% polyester like this, made to look like something else, it's not an easy material to sew. It really is not. It can goof around and cause skip stitching and everything else. Yeah, so some lovely stitching. There's our top stitching again. Kind of put it on an angle. Maybe you can see it even better. There we go. Four layers of this tricky polyester material. Turn it over. Let's look at that lock stitch now. It's going to be our lock stitching. I'll see if I can spin it around like this. Work our way across that. The lock stitching really is quite impressive sewing on a material like this. I'll see if the camera eventually will really, really focus in on it. And then we'll be able to see that definition. There we go. And this Christmassy type 100% polyester tree skirt type material is available at the Dollar Tree as well. I'm a big Dollar Tree buyer when it comes to certain things. It really is a lovely, lovely lock stitch. It really is quite spectacular. Really, really nice stitching. Yeah. So there's our top stitching. We spin it around. There's our top stitching and our lock stitching. 100% polyester Christmas tree skirt, blah, blah, blah. There it is. All right. Let me move on to our next sew off. We've got a little bit of a sew off pile happening in the back over there. You can kind of see that once the camera zeroes in on it. On the left are the things I did off camera. On the right are the things that we've done in this live stream so far. So if you missed any of those sew offs, what we're looking at is we're looking at 100% polyester Christmas type material. We're looking at also 100% polyester, but it's made to look like fleece. Upholstery material here, which is a heavy concentration of nylon and polyester. We sewed through 8 layers at a high rate of speed. This Amazon Prime packing paper, blah, blah, blah. Sewing paper is not an easy peasy thing. And this 128 did a brilliant job of it. And then we also did 100% cotton, 2 layers of that with some quilt batting in between. So already we've really been beating up. We've been beating up this this 1925 128 quite a bit, but we're going to beat it up some more. We're not done beating it up yet because we're set up for success with a lot of workshop magic and one of our very, very resilient 9014 Schmetz universal needles, and then some of our Coates and Clark XP dual duty thread that I got at Joann Fabrics. Buy 3, get 2 free. Yep, they're doing the sale right now. If you want to go over to Joann's after the live stream, you can pick up Gutermann thread. You can pick up Coats and Clark thread. If you buy 3 of them, they drop 2 in your bag at no cost. So I think that's a heck of a deal. It really is. All right, a little bit of Christmas music interlude, and then we'll go on to our next sew off. And I'm kind of watching our time. I want to wrap us up in the next 15, 20 minutes. And then you can get on with your busy Tuesday, I think it is. Yeah, Tuesday. This song's kind of boring. I'm going to move through this one a little bit. Really long, too. All right. Yep. Goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. There we go. Something different. Something different. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Something different. All right. Let's do some more sewing on this 128 from 1925. This, again, originally was Granny Lucille's machine. Granny Lucille's machine. And now it belongs to Princess Diana from the great state of Wisconsin. Yep. All right, let's do it. We'll do a little bit of cotton now. And when I say a little bit of cotton, when I'm saying a little bit of cotton, what I'm talking about is 8 layers of cotton if I can fold this in the right way. So we're starting with 2 layers. And this comes from a fat quarter that you can buy at most retailers, including Walmart. And I use it for a lot of sew-offs. I love their 100% cotton fat quarters, great quality material, and it's fairly easy to prepare it for sew-offs as well. So now we're up to 4 layers. Let's see, 4 layers. There we go. 6 layers and 8 layers. So now I've got 8 layers of 100% cotton, which most people look at cotton and they say that's an easy sew-off. But when you get up to 8 layers of cotton, I think it's a little bit more serious. It's a little bit more serious. So I'm going to see if I can slide this underneath the presser foot. Presser foot clearance on this 128 is also, I think, very, very impressive. You can fit a lot of material underneath this presser foot. There's 8 layers of cotton, and we still got a ton of room. If I push that down a little bit, we still have a ton of room for more material. We could probably do 12 to 14 layers of cotton, and we'd still have extra space underneath that presser foot. All right, let me rotate that down. And I didn't say it, but isn't that a spectacular faceplate on Princess Diana's machine that she got from her Granny Lucille? Really, really impressive. All right, let me rotate that down. And I'm going to hand crank this one too, or finger crank it, one of the two. I'm almost inclined to kind of get a wider shot so you can see me cranking this puppy off. Yeah, why don't we do that on this sew off? Right about there. I think you'll be able to see me cranking it with my finger, the finger crank. All right, here we go. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ha ha! Once in a while, I push the finger a little bit too far through, and it catches the inside rim of the balance wheel. And yeah, that's like an owie almost. The feed system is also quite excellent on this 128 from 1925. The feed system does a fabulous job. Folks, that is, wait until you see this top stitch and the lock stitch. It's absolutely break-worthy. Absolutely break-worthy. Really, really spectacular. And I didn't mention it, but before in the earlier part of the live stream, I showed you the vibrating shuttle. I showed you how to put the long bobbin or the barbell bobbin inside and thread the vibrating shuttle as well. The one thing I did not mention is that barbell bobbin has the capacity to hold so much more thread than a conventional round bobbin, with the exception maybe of the Class 15. But it holds as much as the Class 15, if not more. Really, really quite amazing. All right, give that a clip and we'll look at these stitches. Just double checking myself, triple checking. Yes, that is the top stitch. And then we'll look at the lock stitch after. Here's our top stitching. Hold on a second. I got a little piece of the cotton stuck underneath the stitch. There we go. All right, so this is our top stitching. And again, this is done on a 1925. A 1925. Camera's thinking about focusing any second now, but it really likes my jacket. It's looking at my jacket behind. All right, 1925, Singer 128. Thank you, camera. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go across. And again, our top stitching is really quite spectacular, but I think it would be even more spectacular if we were to bump the upper tension back just slightly to give that vibrating shuttle tension band a little bit more power to pull down. I'm going to go like this. I want to look at these stitches like this. See if we can do this. So our top stitching, really, really spectacular stitching. Really, really nice. See, we look at it like this again. Very nice stitching. Very, very nice stitching. I like pulling the material back, then you can really see the beauty of that stitch even more clearly. Good thing I cleaned my fingernails, huh? Good thing I cleaned my fingernails. And again, we're dealing with 8 layers of cotton, so you can see the thickness of what we went through. I'm going to turn it over. We'll look at that lock stitching. Let me just spin it around a little bit. We can look at that lock stitching as well, which is equally spectacular. Equally spectacular. And this is why a lot of people will love sewing on a vibrating shuttle machine, because it really does a spectacular job when it comes to delivering that thread through that barbell bobbin. And again, the double bop system that this machine uses with that needle bar is also going to give you even a more, I think, a better defined stitch than you would on a more conventional machine. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Really, truly spectacular. Truly spectacular stitching. So beautiful lock stitching. Beautiful top stitching as well. 8 layers of 100% cotton. And I'm impressed. I don't know about you. Beautiful, beautiful stitch quality, stitch caliber. Yeah. All right. Goes back in the pile with all the other sew-offs we've done so far. Over here during the live stream, now we've done 8 layers of cotton. We've done 100% polyester, the shiny stuff. I think there was 4 layers of that. We've done 8 layers of Amazon paper. We've done 100% cotton with quilt batting. We've done this fake fleece material made from 100% polyester as well. And then we also did this upholstery material, which is a heavy concentration of nylon and polyester as well. And then all of this off camera. So we are really, really testing the Schmetz Sewing Machine Company that follows us on Facebook, follows the Cow Country family also on YouTube as well. We are really going to test this 9014 needle to see if we can push it to its breaking point or near breaking point. And we're going to be looking at some leather next. I think we'll do leather next. Yeah, maybe do some leather next. Do some of this veg tan leather. Get that into place. And I haven't done any stitch length adjustment yet. I think I'll do that on this sew off. I'm going to start with the longer stitch, which is around 7 to 8 stitches per inch. And then I'm going to adjust the stitch length, adjusting that stitch length screw on the front of the machine, on the front of the pillar area. And we're going to shorten it down to about 12 stitches per inch on this veg tan leather. And this is probably, I'm guessing, around 4 ounces. Around 4 ounces of leather is what we're looking at. And I'm going to be courageous and turn this with my finger as well so I can regulate the speed a little bit better. All right, so veg tan leather, 4 ounces with a 1925 Singer 128 model. All right, here we go. I'm getting some speed now, y'all. I'm getting some speed. I'm going to let you watch that check spring too, that take-up spring. Right about there. Yeah. It's fun to watch that action, isn't it? It's fun to watch that action. And again, watch for that double bop. When the needle swings down, it comes up slightly. There it is. And then it went back down again to meet the vibrating shuttle as it came by and to grab that thread. And then it goes through its little dance again. Bop, 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 bop. I think that's the coolest thing. It also builds up my finger strength too. Yeah. Yeah, really quite a bit of fun. And it's also like, it's the equivalent of having a gym membership, but it only works on your finger. So you're looking to tone up your thighs or something else like that, you're going to have to find another way of cranking the sewing machine. All right, so let's give that a clip. Bring our thread back ready for the next one, and we'll take a look at these stitches. Again, this is veg tan leather, probably around 4 or 5 ounces. We'll look at our top stitching first, and then we'll flip it over and look at that lock stitching next. Here's our top stitching. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Look at that edge, too. Look at what we went through. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. I need to slow down a little bit. The camera's saying, hey, that's too fast. Slow down. Slow down, buddy. And again, we're not using the benefit of a leather needle. This machine is going to take a 15x1 needle, just like any Schmetz needle or organ needle or any of the other needles that you might be able to name. I'm going to rotate the camera up a little bit. So it's not like that recent machine we saw with that, whatever that machine was. You know what I'm talking about, that had the friction pulley on the back. I'm going to go look at it right now. Hold on a second. I don't remember what it was called. Oh, gray line, gray something. Gray bar. The gray bar machine. That's right. I was trying to remember the name of it. I deal with so many machines. The gray bar machine that has a 20x1 needle in, I believe, 20x1. So this machine does not need a special needle. It's going to use a 15x1 needle, just like any of your Schmetz needles you can buy. And it's going to lay down a beautiful stitch. But we're not using a leather needle. We're using a universal needle. A universal needle. Look at it like this too. Kind of fun to look at the stitch line vertically, I think. That is some gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. Again, through about 4 or 5 ounces of veg tan leather, laying down a beautiful, beautiful brag-worthy top stitch. Definitely a brag-worthy top stitch. Now we're going to spin it over and look at that lock stitch. Let's look at that lock stitch now. Pretty easy to see that with a nap, isn't it? Kind of pops through nicely. You can still pull it back a little bit. There's our lock stitching through about 4 or 5 ounces of veg tan leather. Folks, that is just a gorgeous stitch. It truly is. That is an absolutely gorgeous stitch. Or as Susie sometimes says, stunning. It's a stunning stitch. But that is absolutely page 34 lock stitching by this 1925 Singer 128. And again, we're using a vibrating shuttle system, one of the earlier systems that Singer developed that uses that barbell bobbin. And it is a system that instead of moving horizontally, or excuse me, instead of moving vertically, it's moving horizontally from front to back very rapidly in the sewing process. Matter of fact, on the next sew off, I'm going to see if I can open up that front plate so you can actually look at the needle movement and the shuttle movement at the same time. That'd be kind of cool, huh? Yeah, I think we'll do that. So a beautiful lock stitch. You can see it all the way across. Beautiful, beautiful lock stitch. Beautiful top stitch through this veg tan leather again. I'll kind of turn that around, show you that top stitching again. Yeah, and I think on this next stitch that we'll do shorter, I think I'll open up that plate so you can actually see the vibrating shuttle do its dance in a sense. Yeah, let's take that plate opening. There you can see that vibrating shuttle. And I'll just have to keep my fingers clear of it. Keep my finger clear of it. So I'm going to go ahead and line this up. And you know what I'm going to do too is I'm going to cut this leather so it's not sticking so far over and it's kind of blocking your view of that vibrating shuttle. And then you can see that shuttle working along with that double bop needle movement, which I think will be kind of fun. So I'm going to cut off some of that leather. Have a little bit clearer view. And we're going to shorten that stitch up to around 12 stitches per inch, something like that. All right, so let's do that. We're going to leave that plate open so you can see that shuttle do its dance. I'll move the camera forward a little bit more so you have even a better view of it, hopefully. But if I go too far forward, then you kind of lose the needle, don't you? All right, let me change my plan here. We'll go like that. That's a better plan, I think. Yep, I think we'll go with that. Okay, so what I'm doing right now off camera, I'll kind of adjust the camera up, is I've got this thumb screw right here, is I'm turning it counterclockwise about 3 to 4 rotations. Again, if you turn it all the way clockwise, if you screw it in all the way to the body of the machine, you're getting the longest stitch possible, which on this 128 model is going to be around 7 to 8 stitches per inch. So we're going to shorten it up now. We're going to turn this counterclockwise, 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations, and we should see a noticeably shorter stitch next to this longer stitch now. And I didn't measure these, but if I got out a tape measure, I think we'd be right around 7 to 8 stitches per inch. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find the tape measure that I have just above the workbench here. And we'll just measure it real quick so we can see something comparatively. All right. So 1 inch right there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're right around 7 stitches per inch is what we're getting right now, which is actually quite good. That's quite good for a model 128. That's really quite good. All right, so I'll hand turn this one as well so we can kind of watch the action of the needle, that double bop type feature, and watch the action of the vibrating shuttle moving in conjunction with the needle movement to complete the sewing process. I'll get my arm out of the way in just a second. All right, here we go. That's fun, isn't it? Catching that thread as it goes by. It's best to operate the machine with the plate on there, but we're being rebels right now. We're being rebels. It's how we work. And I'll just pause real quick just to show you that there is a lubrication point right there. And periodically, you'll want to be putting a couple of drops of either kerosene or crystal white sewing machine oil in that little spot right there, because it's going to vibrate the carriage of the vibrating shuttle, and it's going to operate much, much more smoothly. We should have some sort of dance music on right now. Don't you agree? Some sort of dance music. The needle's at its lowest spot. It did its second bop, caught that thread, pulled it up, completed the lock stitch, and go. There we go. Rotate that around. We'll take a look at that stitching. I didn't turn it far enough. It's a little bit smaller, but I was hoping for something a little bit more dramatic as far as the length of the stitch. I needed to turn that stitch length screw probably 6 to 7 times instead of 3 times. But it's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit smaller. I'll leave the tails on there so we can see the row that we just did more clearly. But it's kind of fun to see the action of that vibrating shuttle, isn't it? So if you got a vibrating machine and you've never operated it at a slow rate of speed with that little sliding plate open, go ahead and do that. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to do that. Yeah, so that's our second row. I'm going to put a little mark next to our second row. Should have turned that thumb screw further than I did, but I didn't. All right, let's take a look at these and we'll see the contrast in the stitching, which is not as dramatic as I had hoped. All right, so that top row is the one we just did with a big blop of permanent marker next to it. And that bottom row is the first row we did. Yeah, very nice stitching. I like the longer stitch better. I think it presents a little bit better. But we're kind of in a mid-range right now where we didn't go as short as I had wanted. But it's still a lovely stitch. I think you would agree. It's a lovely, lovely stitch. I could try to do one more stitch right down the middle and make it much, much shorter on this veg tan leather. That would be kind of fun. And we could really see a contrast. Very nice stitching. Let's look at that lock stitching as well. And again, about 4 or 5 ounces of veg tan leather. Let's see if we can get that camera to zoom in. And we're looking at the top row. The top row is our first row that we did. Maybe I have to pull that back a little bit. Very nice lock stitch. Here on the back side, you can see the contrast of that stitching a little bit more clearly. But still, it's not as dramatic as I'd hoped. It's not as dramatic as I'd hoped. Beautiful, beautiful lock stitching, though, through about 4 or 5 ounces of veg tan leather. I got to do it. We're going to stitch it one more time, and I'll really crank that stitch length screw quite a bit further, and then we'll get a real nice contrast. But that's some beautiful lock stitching, some beautiful top stitching as well. Now we're really going to shorten that up, and I think we'll open that door just one more time. We're going to open that door just one more time so we can watch the action of that vibrating shuttle. And I'll see if I can sneak in a shorter stitch right down the middle of these two. See if I can sneak it in there. I'm going to clip these threads real quick. They're kind of sticking up all over the place. Let's see how well I can sew straight. I mean, I'm turning it with my finger. It's not like I'm racing or anything. All right, let's see if I can get that centered in there fairly well. Okay. So I'm going to turn that stitch length screw further than I did. I got it 3 turns right now. Now we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we have a total of 7 turns now. 7 turns hopefully will give us a little bit of a contrast on that stitch length, more so than we got the first try. All right, here we go. I'm going to get this going, and then I'll get my hand out of the way, and I'll try to sew down the middle of these two. Sort of, kind of, not really. We'll see how I do. All right, I'm going to go even further. Hold on a second. I turned that thumb screw even a couple more turns. So you're going to see a little bit of a variation as we're going down. A little bit of a variation as we're going down. Needle down, double bop. Waits for that shuttle to come back. Watch the shuttle, watch the shuttle. Oh, wait a second. I've got it aiming the wrong way. What in heaven's name am I doing? Sorry about that. All right, let me try that again. There comes the shuttle. Needle is at the lowest position. It's grabbing the thread. You can see the thread going right there. I'm showing you the stitch length control, and you're going, we can't see anything, Scott. We can't see anything, man. Lowest position, first bop, second bop, thread's coming back, grabs it. Adjusting the timing on one of these is a little bit of a headache, but it's well worth the effort. All the way down, first bop, second bop, thread comes back, it grabs it. That's my finger rubbing on the balance wheel if you hear a little squeaky sound. That's my skin coming off. All right. There we go. We'll pull that a little bit. We'll slide our plate back on. And now we have a considerably more contrasting stitch, which is fun. That's the only thing with these thumb screw stitch length adjusters is you really are kind of, if you don't have an intimacy with that machine and you know how far you need to turn that thumb screw to get the stitch length result that you want, and you're only spending a brief amount of time with that machine, it takes some hit and miss until you get where you want to be. All right, so let's take a look at this now with that contrasting shorter stitch down the middle. That'll be kind of fun to see that in perspective to the other ones. There we go. And see, at that length, I really like the look of that stitch, don't you? I like the length of the extremely long one that's around 7 stitches per inch. And then we've got this one as well that really presents well, I think, on this 128. Very good looking stitching. Very good looking stitching. Camera's going, I'm really out of focus now. Focus on my coat, camera. There we go. Now come back. Camera's getting tired. The camera's getting very, very tired. Let me go to this end. Here, we'll go like this. Very, very nice looking top stitch. Now we're going to shift over and take a look at that lock stitch shortly. Yeah, I'll flip it over. That's really good looking lock stitching, or top stitching rather. Now we're going to look at the lock stitching. Now we're looking at the lock stitching. All right, let me go over here. Kind of pull this back. And here as we're going shorter, we need to consider increasing our upper tension because we're completing the action of the sewing process in a more limited space in executing the stitches shorter. And you actually have to increase the upper tension when you do that. And I didn't make any upper tension adjustment. We still have a decent stitch popping through, but if we want to get even more definition on that lock stitch, when you're going shorter, bump up your upper tension, which is something we did not do, but that's a very easy thing to correct. You can see when we went longer, we didn't need that upper tension pulling harder, but when we shorten the stitch and we're laying down more stitches in a shorter space, we need that upper tension to be pulling harder. So it's not nearly as defined as it could be. It's actually underdefined. Unless you turn it like on the angle, then you can see that stitching popping through a little bit more. So just keep that in mind. If you're doing a shorter stitch on a vibrating shuttle machine like this 128, you're going to need to increase your upper tension to maintain stitch quality on that lock stitch. So you'll be bumping this. Where is it? You'll be bumping this up, turning it clockwise if you're shortening that stitch more. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We still got a decent result, but the result could have been much better for that lock stitch if we had bumped up the upper tension. Okay, so another free tip on the Cow Country channel. All right, so here's what we've done so far. I'm just going to show you on the back over here. On this live stream, we've done all of these on the right side. We've done this upholstery material, which is a heavy concentration of nylon and of vinyl. Wait, let me look at the list. Hold on a second. I look at the actual label for the material. Nylon, There's the actual label for the material right here. I'm going to shut that light off. Light kind of goofs around with it a little bit. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's recycled nylon. (55% recycled nylon and 45% polyester. So nylon and polyester is this red stuff. We sewed that. We did the veg tan leather. We did the 100% polyester made to look like fleece. We did 8 layers of this parchment paper that's used in Amazon packing. We did this 2 layers of cotton with quilt batting in between. We did the 8 layers of 100% cotton, laying down gorgeous stitching, 100% polyester made to look like this Christmas type skirt material. So all of this we've done so far on the live stream, and then all of this I did off camera as well. Now we're going to focus on some heavy duty denim material, heavy duty denim. And I'm going to extend my stitch length back again. So I'm cranking that in over there. All right, now we're going to do the denim. So I know all of you are probably, hello to Bill as well. I don't know which Bill is here. Hi, Bill. Oh, Messick Group Bill. Messick Group Bill from Minnesota. Great to have Messick Group Bill here. Hello also to daughter, I believe it's Lisa, and then also his puppy Nora, if I'm getting that correctly. I think I am. But great to have Bill here from Minnesota as well. And I'm probably a rock's throw from where Bill is right now in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities area, a couple miles away from Minnehaha Falls. All right, so I've got this denim now. We'll do this denim. And I'm thinking about 6 layers, of denim. So I've got 2 layers. Boy, oh boy, this is like, look at that, all that stuff coming off. I think we'll do a quick trim on there. Little haircut real quick for this. All right, so we'll do 6 layers of denim, I think. We could do 8 layers too. That would be different. So 2, 4, 6. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through 8 layers, but I'm willing to try it. That's 8 layers of denim. I don't know if I can fit it underneath the presser foot. Let's see if it fits. We'll try sewing it. So that's 8 layers of denim. We typically do 6 layers. I think we'll try 8. And I'm going to have to bump up that presser foot pressure really almost to the max. So 8 layers of denim. This is the first time I've done 8 layers in quite some time. And the fact that we're going to be doing it on a vibrating shuttle machine is a little bit bold. It's a little bit bold and brassy. So I think I need a bit of brassy, bold music to put on. Hold on. A little bit of brassy, bold music to put on. Let's see here. Maybe some Christmas 2 music. Or Christmas 1. Let's put on Christmas 1 music. Christmas 1. Hold on. What did I do? I bumped the wrong button or something and shut it off. Hold on. There we go. All right, we're going to try 8 layers of denim. This may be too much because we're only dealing with a size 90-14 needle, but we're going to give it a try. 8 layers of denim. Oh my goodness. Holy mackerel. My finger's getting a workout. It's getting a workout. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. Wow. Ha ha! Jiminy crickets. Holy mackerel. Little bit of compression on that stitch going through 8 layers of denim, but wow, who's surprised about that? Absolutely amazing. Let's look at that top stitch. Let's look at that top stitch real quick, and I'll stop that music. But to give you an idea again of what we just went through, and I turned it with my finger. 8 layers of heavy grade denim. And again, when Susie and I went shopping for denim at a local Goodwill store, we went past all the thin stuff. We went to the heaviest denim that we could find. And that's what we're stitching on right now. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at that top stitch. I'll see if I can pull this back. Without a walking foot or a roller foot going through this much denim, even with the presser foot pressure cranked way up, we're getting a compressed stitch as far as the size. Probably getting around 10 stitches per inch, something like that. But the stitch quality is what you want to be focusing on. Absolutely off the charts. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, going through that much denim with this vibrating shuttle machine from 1925. I don't know if anyone did the math. How old is 1925? How old is this machine? I think it has a birthday coming up in May. Has a birthday coming up in May, and it's going to be celebrating another birthday. So how old will this machine be on the next birthday? Someone wants to do the math. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think it says, did Susie type 98? I think she typed 98 or something. So some beautiful, beautiful top stitching going through 8 layers of denim. 8 layers of denim. And I'll give you a perspective. Let's see if I can get that metal caliper. We're going through about 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters of denim. 8 millimeters of denim. That's a lot of denim, folks. That's a lot of denim. You want to try that on your vibrating shuttle machine and shoot a video, I would love to post it because that's a lot of denim for any machine to sew. Now we're going to look at the lock stitching on the back. See if I can get in there and show you the lock stitching from the side. Getting a little bit of a shadow here. There we go. Beautiful lock stitching as well. No skip stitches, no distorted stitches. Just raw courage going through all that denim. I'm going to turn it like this. I think it's going to be easier to see. This again is our lock stitching. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This machine came limping into the workshop that belonged to Granny Lucille, and it is doing a dance right now at this live stream. It's doing a dance through a crazy amount of parchment paper from Amazon. It's going through 100% polyester. It's going through veg tan leather. It's going through 8 layers of heavy grade denim. It's going through cotton. It's going through nylon and polyester blend. I mean, anything we put underneath the presser foot, it's knocking it out of the park as far as the quality and the caliber of stitching. Back there on the side, you can see it right there on this pile. This is all we've done on this live stream. So I'm at a point right now where I'm going to find the 1812 Overture. We have one sew off left in the year 2023. One sew off left in the year 2023. It's going to be sewing it around in a circle. I'm really reluctant to use the motor, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to use the motor. It's probably going to run away from me. And we're going to be sewing in a circle on a single layer of this veg tan leather, probably about 4 ounces. I'm really kind of nervous about this, but I'm going to give it my best. I'll give it my best. Hopefully I I don't sew my finger. That would be horrible. We don't want to sew fingers. No finger sewing. All right, let's see if we can go over here. Angle the camera down a little bit more. All right, I think that's a pretty good shot. Let's see if I turn that on. Yeah, that actually helps a little bit. All right, let me see if I can find an 1812 overture, and then we'll wrap this live stream up. We're right at about 3 hours and 43 minutes. And I want to thank all the leaders. We had kind of a blue ocean of leaders at the beginning of this live stream. Some of them had to step away, which is totally understandable. But all of the leaders that did help during this live stream, and certainly for the last live streams and videos and everything else in 2023, I could not do it without the leadership team. So I want to thank each and every one of them for their time and talent and for taking such great care of the family. I also want to thank the audience, whether you've had enough time to step into the live chat or whether you're still sitting in the shadows. I want to thank all of you for taking valuable time out of a busy Tuesday or a busy Saturday to join us and to be a part of the family. Looks like we got about 150 folks right now that are in the live stream. I think earlier today we had 500 some people here. So that's a blessing to see the growing of the family. And especially around the holidays as things get real busy. So let me find the 1812 overture. We'll do this final sew off. I think as I find more leather, I'm going to cut bigger circles. I'm going to cut bigger circles because it's a challenge. It's really a challenge to try to keep your fingers away from the needle on a small circle like this. It's probably only about less than 3 inches across, but I'll do my best for you. I'll do my best. That's a better camera angle, I think. Yeah, that's a better camera angle. All right, hold on a second. 1812 overture instrumental. All right, I think I got it. I think I might have it. Maybe have it. All right, it'll get louder. It starts out real soft. Starts out real soft. And I'm not going to start right away because I'm going to run out of space sewing with the motor. All right, this is what my fingers look like now. This is what they look like now. Let's hope they look like this when I'm done. I'm waiting for the music to pick up, and then I'm going to do this. I've got a nice little stitch line started. Beautiful stitching, too. I don't know if you can see that at all. Probably not. All right. Quick drink of Diet Coke. Here we go. We're almost there. We're almost there. All right, now I'm going to go all over the place. I'm going to back this up a little bit. I think I still have all my fingers. I still have all my fingers. I only sewed off the material one time. Otherwise, I stayed on target pretty well. Let's take a look at this. And yes, that is a way to empty a barbell bobbin, but it's just fun. It's just fun to do something like this and just sew and do goofy things like sewing in a circle. You think about it when we were kids. When we were kids, we spent so much time running around in circles, just aimlessly. Adults would always have us running around in circles, and we loved doing it. It was never a punishment. It was a pleasure, right? So veg tan leather, this is what a crazy sew off using this 0.6 amp motor looks like. Once the camera focuses, that is. Come on, camera. It looks like a kaleidoscope, doesn't it? It looks like a kaleidoscope type thing you would do, but it demonstrates the versatility of a machine that's almost 100 years old and was not designed to sew through veg tan leather, demonstrating some precision, gorgeous, fast. Look out for your fingers, Scott. Ah! Look out for your fingers, Scott. Sewing in a circle just to have a lot of fun. So if you're a serious sewer and you never take time just to sew in a circle with your kids, with your grandkids, whatever, by yourself, then do it, because it's really a new type of enjoyment and a new way of celebrating your vintage sewing machine. Same thing on the lock stitching. Look at that lock stitching. Ha ha! Lock stitching that is absolutely page 34. And what a great way to wrap up a great year of us celebrating vintage sewing machines together around the world on the Cow Country YouTube channel. Laying down precision sewing like this, through a lot of leather as well. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something new, whether it was in the initial part where I was talking about the 222K and I was talking about the different things that you should be focused on, showed you how to put it back together, talked about the motor and all that sort of blah, blah, blah. And then finally, when we focused on this great machine that belonged to Granny Lucille, that now belongs to Princess Diana in Wisconsin. So on this live stream today, I'll just recap for you real quick with this fabulous machine. See if I can turn it sideways a little bit. Let's see here. Back up the camera a little bit as well. So this fabulous machine from 1925 just demonstrated that, you know what? She's almost 100 years old, but she can run like a gazelle. And you saw me running, trying to keep out of the way of that needle, laying down some beautiful stitching on this veg tan leather. And then also she said, you know what? I can sew the light side too. I can do 100% polyester and go through this and lay down some beautiful stitching also. And she said, oh, by the way, I'm an Amazon fan. I think this machine that's almost 100 years old is a fan of Amazon because she went through these 8 layers of Amazon parchment paper like it was a hot knife through butter and just dazzled us with stitch quality that's absolutely off the charts. And then she went through 8 layers of denim. When's the last time we did 8 layers of denim? And I turned it by hand to show you how free moving and how fluid and how silky smooth Granny Lucille's machine is now after workshop magic, going through 8 layers of heavy grade denim and laying down stitch quality that would make featherweight owners drool because it's that perfect. And then we went through this stuff that's meant to look I'm sorry, it's been a long live stream. My brain is just getting fried. This is 100% polyester, but it's made to look like fleece. It's made to look like fleece. And Granny Lucille's machine created beautiful, gorgeous stitching on this as well. And then we went through 8 layers of 100% cotton as well in this live stream. 8 layers of cotton is a big deal. That's a lot of material, and laid down absolutely drop dead gorgeous stitching. Then we did a single layer of veg tan leather, not nearly as big of a challenge as what I just demonstrated to you, sewing around in a circle. And Granny Lucille's machine that's almost 100 years old got the job done. We did this upholstery material too, which is a combination of nylon and polyester. And she laid down gorgeous stitching on that also. And then finally, really, I think this is the first sew off we did, 100% cotton with quilt batting for you quilters. A vibrating shuttle machine is a wonderful quilting machine. It truly is. But look at that sew off sandwich that we did on this live stream. This is all on the live stream. If I can get it grouped together here eventually. My fingers are numb, like, I think. Come on, buddy. Come on. That's our sew off sandwich that we did on this live stream. I don't know of any other channel that runs the machines that are done in their workshop through the paces like I do. And it's because all of you over the years have held me accountable. You said, we don't want the fluff. We don't want the window dressing. We don't want that fake stuff like the other channels do. We want to see you struggle. We want to see you almost sew your fingers off to the 1812 overture, because then we know that machine is ready to go home. We know that it's officially graduated. This is the real deal. And this is what, with your accountability of me, this is what I hope to do with God's strength in 2024. And by then, it may be down in the great state of Kentucky. So keep watch, stay healthy, and hope for great things in 2024. Okay? Yeah! Ha ha! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! All right, let's wrap up with some music. I think I'll put some dance music on. And again, thank you to the leadership team. Thank you to all the leaders that have made these live streams and have made these premieres and all the other stuff possible. Could not do it on my own. There's no way. There's no way. All right, let's get some dance music going. Yeah.